Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony today. Joining me is Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Good
traders.
morning.
As you can see, Studio A is still out of commission, although we think it's almost fixed. But the good news is everybody's rocking the Fountain of Youth vibe again, which anybody who watched the Knicks' epic comeback, that kind of energy today. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing
All
good.
right.
Doing good.
Did anybody manage to make it through to the end? Because a
I
lot, a
did.
lot of people turned it off. Did you, Craig?
I watched it all the way to the end. Unbelievable. Unbelievable comeback. Unbelievable comeback. Really just epic.
I
Place
know. I
was
feel
wild.
like we're in that sort of amazing zone for sports now because you have this crazy series that is kind of like the markets, right? Like super volatile, up and down, just when you think you know what's going to happen. The World Cup starting. I know a lot of Americans don't care about that, but I bet we have somebody in our chat who's soccer/football fan.
I'm going to
Um,
Atlanta to see the Saudi Arabia versus Spain next weekend.
awesome. Of
I
course
have
you
money
are.
on games, so I don't.
Oh gosh. Well, listen, we if we take a look at the markets, it's kind of interesting. We have it looks like a pause or slight reversal from the sell everything except for the dollar move that we saw yesterday. Things look like they're turning around a little bit. We'll find out whether there's anything to it. But what are the headlines we're going to be dodging today, Shai? What are we watching?
All right, so the strait is still closed. Just want to tell everybody that. In fact, Iran came out this morning and said that the Strait of Hormuz is closed until further notice and told ships with permits to cross the strait to await guidance. In the meantime, the U.S. forces said they disabled a third Iranian oil tanker violating the blockade this morning. We did see some clashes overnight. Donald Trump did say he would continue bombing Iran if it refuses to agree to an interim peace deal. But we did see crude oil prices rise about 3% on the clashes overnight. About 4 hours later, CENTCOM said that self-defense attacks were over, and crude is now pairing gains on that, and in fact, negative this morning. We had Rystad Oil come out today and said oil prices could spike to $150 a barrel if the U.S. and Iran were to fully resume hostilities. And it's too early to say whether this is that we are going to find some sort of peace deal. We also had oil executives warning President Trump that they expect higher gasoline prices this morning. Moving on to Oracle, we had Oracle earnings last night, was a beat, but shares declined 11% after the company reported quarterly capital expenses that were higher than estimates, raising investor concerns over the profitability of the AI infrastructure business. Their capital expenditures were $16.5 billion in the period ended May 31st, bringing the total annual to $55.7 billion, higher than Oracle's projection for $50 billion in spending. Once again, investors starting to get worried about how much money these companies are spending. In the AI vein, we have OpenAI is considering drastically lowering prices that it charges users as it seeks to win customers from its rival Anthropic. Now, the concern here is that drastic price cuts could potentially erode the profit margins of both companies, which already lose billions because of enormous costs for computing resources for the AI systems to process queries, carry out tasks. So we do have some investors questioning the level of returns from AI given CapEx spending. Then we have chips inflation. This is something that we haven't really talked about before, but we had headline inflation back above 4% last month. We was out yesterday. Now, the principal cause is an oil spike. However, AI is chipping in too, pardon the pun, RAM chips that sold for $100 6 months ago are now an insane $300, making it barely worth the cost for memory upgrades. Bloomberg Economics is calculating it's going to add 0.4 percentage points to headline inflation. This is not something we've seen in the tech sector before. It's been deflationary, actually. So this is kind of a new regime for the tech sector. SpaceX is tomorrow. Gotta tell everybody that it's 4 times oversubscribed. I will say Meta was 5 times oversubscribed. So just throwing that out there. But we do have a onslaught of double and triple levered ETFs attached to that. The doubles open on Friday and triples on Monday. So there you go. Just be careful of those. If you recall the VIX ETF debacle in 2017, USO in 2020. So be careful. If you're trading currencies today, ECB meeting is today. Market is factoring in a 25 basis point hike. However, options in the currency markets for 6E expect volatility. So just something to be careful of that. And last but not least, data this morning at 8:30, we have initial jobless claims, continuing claims, PPI, and then at noon, we have a change in household net worth. That's not going to be a market mover, but certainly PPI will be this morning. It factors into core PCE, which is the Fed's preferred metric. And we have seen sort of outsized moves in PPI as of late compared to CPI because they it's been much higher than expected. So that is at 8:30 this morning.
All right, a lot to get through. And thank you for the reality check. You're like an encyclopedia, Shy. It's great to remind people that we've seen things oversubscribed before because it feels like SpaceX is such a sort of, unusual situation. And it is in many ways, but some things we've seen before. Hey, everybody in the chat. Cheech says Stanley Cup's great too. Sorry, I forgot about hockey. But yes, you're right. We got a lot of good content.
Shy bets on that too. So
I was going to apologize to Shy for forgetting hockey. I know she's a keen.
I haven't done so well on the NHL, so I'm in the minor leagues.
That said no one ever, by the way. I'm gonna go down, further down. Kill us, Shy. I don't know. How's everybody feeling about the action today, Craig? What do you make of the fact that we seem like we're, with bad news from Oracle? What a combo in the headlines that Shai just mentioned. Higher costs on chips, price wars on for OpenAI, which I don't know if everyone had a chance to digest where that leads you. This is like the car company. Is it a car company? Price wars never end well for investors. This is a sort of not a great mix of headlines, and yet we see the market coming back.
I don't know, when you hear companies talking about cutting price to make it up in volume, that sounds like a commodity industry to me. And so, certainly these LLM companies and these AI companies are not traded or not valued like commodity companies. So it'll be interesting. I think that headline is, it needs to be further digested. Plus the Oracle. Look, we're throwing a lot of news at the tape, and have been over the course of the last several days as the positioning in the AI trade is starting to come unwound, and the elevated geopolitical stuff, which is being renewed again with missiles flying overnight, and so we're getting pretty elevated correlated moves in markets. And now that we're back into a negative gamma regime, what you saw into the close yesterday was dealers selling with the tape, moving lower, exacerbated by leverage ETF rebalance flows, which were massive into the close. And so we really ended yesterday, on the back burner. And then you get those news headlines kind of early in the session, and we wash out, to make a new low, only to find that, when the U.S. comes out and says, okay, we're going to stop for a little bit here. We hit a key technical level. Dealers are in negative gamma. We chase back to the upside again. And so I think what we've seen this morning is a little bit more of that movement in the other direction, with markets rallying back in a correlated fashion. Bonds are rallying, dollar selling off, oil selling off. And so, we haven't, as Pharm likes to say, we haven't even traded a minute of real-time hours yet. And so we'll see what happens when the cash open hits us. Obviously, the PPI will be important at 8:30. Yesterday, CPI was elevated, but not as bad as worst fears. And yet the bond market really kind of, didn't love it anyway. It was really kind of had been weak all day until the end of the day. And then this morning with, the rallies kind of commensurate with the reduction in the volatility. So we'll see what happens at 8:30 here. An elevated PPI kind of forebodes, future bad CPI prints, which means further along the timeline for the Fed to ever be thinking about cutting interest rates, and probably more people thinking about, should the next move be a hike? And so, we'll get that data at 8:30. We get the claims data too, which last week did show a tick up. So it'll be interesting to see if there is something brewing there. Most of the time we don't say, too much about the claims data, but, and then, SpaceX after the close, demand is good. It's always good. But tomorrow, first day trading will be very interesting. And I think we get some double levered trading on SpaceX. I don't know if it's going to start tomorrow, but it is going to start on Monday, which is awesome for everybody who's a degenerate. And then options on SpaceX will trade next Friday, I think, for 5 days later. So maybe next Thursday or next Friday.
I don't know, Shai, was Craig looking at you when he said for anyone who's a degenerate? I did see him glance to the side.
It is not ever a good idea for double and triple levered ETFs right on an IPO open.
Exactly.
It's not a good idea.
Shai knows where she
highly
wields her
recommend
degenerate
against that.
tendencies. She's smart about it. Yeah, just sort of digesting what you just talked about, Craig, I think for investors, it's sort of like running to each side of the ship, and thinking the thing's going to capsize. But Jim, for traders, the volatility is probably good, right? All of this kind of action, so much for any sleepy summer. Is it not? Is that not true? Does this provide opportunity, or is this kind of making it difficult?
It makes it trickier for sure. Yesterday we just saw really aggressive moves all over the map in the stock index futures and in gold. It made it a lot harder to trade. And XYZ said it best. He's like, don't trade the middle of the chart on the intraday. Look for swing high areas and swing low areas, and then manage your risk really appropriately. But the middle of the chart yesterday was just wild, and it was really hard. So what I mean is, you have a position on, you're going to take heat. And even if you're directionally correct, you're going to take heat on that trade, and you're going to see some red on the board, and you're not going to like it. So XY had some really good observations on that. Kind of wait for these peak highs, wait for these peak lows. You got to be way more patient and easy on your leverage. Micros are your friends and all that stuff. Having said that, today we're completely, a huge reversal in the S&P. We're only about less than 4%, 3.6% away from its all-time highs. Everything is turning around, even the Treasuries to some extent. The only market that didn't get the memo was gold. Gold is still kind of sitting there on their lows, and I'll cover it in the Edge report. But everything else it was an abrupt turnaround. So we'll see if it continues right now. And if, we could digest why for whatever reason, but I expect some of that same volatility, some of that same price action that we saw yesterday on the downside. We'll probably see it on the upside too, because a lot of folks are spooked, and you'll get a lot of folks that, just getting stopped out, getting right back in and reversing, and that's not good for anybody. So take your time.
Yeah. And T-Mac saying taking heat yesterday was an understatement. LOL. And that's such a great point. And we'll talk about it when Pharm's here too. How to deal with that kind of intraday action and how he's thinking about it. And this is why I love that you guys are doing these trading the edge sort of tutorial type sessions with some of the traders to really kind of get into style and how they think about it. It's so valuable for days like yesterday and what's likely going to be the next few days, to have some of those tools ready, so you're not trying to do it in the moment, in the heat of the moment, but you've kind of got a framework that you can operate on. So super valuable. This one is for anybody who wants to grab it. SpaceX question from MEA. SpaceX won't affect the indices though, right? Not in yet. We're going to talk about this ad nauseum, but can we say that, Craig? They're fast tracked in for the NASDAQ. S&P said no, I believe, but is it safe to say, and Tracy, weigh in too if you want, but will it still affect the indices? I don't know, maybe.
Well, there's certainly a dynamic of, folks having to free up capital from other
Yeah.
positions to purchase SpaceX. And you're right. The Nasdaq has fast tracked, so it'll be included in Nasdaq, I believe, within 5 days. And then we heard from the Russell folks earlier in the week. It's going to be part of the Russell reconstitution as well, which means it'll be in kind of the large cap indices and large cap growth. And so there is going to be some passive demand, for the shares kind of in a week from now. But look, without being in the S&P, it just kind of means that there's lack of that passive bid. But if you want exposure to SpaceX, you kind of got to go get it yourself directly, and it's not going to be part of the indices. But so as we get those passive inflows and the 401k inflows that are going into indices, you're not picking up that exposure if you're just kind of buying it into the S&P specifically. But I think more importantly, it's this rotation dynamic, right? If you've been looking for direct exposure to the AI story, it was harder to get it, and so you kind of had to play it through the hyperscalers. Now with some SpaceX, having some exposure there, and Anthropic coming and OpenAI, investors are going to be given more of a direct line to invest directly in this thematic if they want. And so if you had latent capital kind of tied into these other names, money comes out of that and shifts into kind of these new issues potentially. But without the passive bid, it does make it harder for these IPOs to kind of work sustainably, I think. And we know that with the SpaceX, at least, there's going to be secondary sales that are going to be shorter in duration than previously. Normally, it takes 180 days for insiders to be able to trade down out of their positions. But I believe with this one, they're going to be able to sell down much sooner than that.
Yeah, but keep in mind though, these are futures market indexes we're looking at, right? These are forward dated. This is forward looking. So my guess is we will have some kind of correlation here in the NASI.
Yeah, we keep seeing headlines on all the billionaires that are going to be printed, the sort of new guard of Silicon Valley raising. I'm sure, the average working person who's getting squeezed just loves reading that. But anyway, to your point, we're gonna see some wealth created for sure. I wanted to switch gears a little bit. We got another question. We got a question on gold. I'll ask Craig in a second, but I know Jim's going to do it on the Edge report, right, Jim? So I'm just going to hold off on a second because I really wanted to ask Tracy about this. Oil moving down. It's so interesting because we have bombs flying, right? This ceasefire, I don't care how you redefine it, looks like it's kind of practically over, and yet oil continues to sort of slide when given the opportunity. And I don't know if anybody caught this, but I heard Nikki Haley did an interview on Bloomberg yesterday, and she was like, yeah, never going to happen. Peace deal's never going to happen. That's not how Iran operates. They have no intention of doing it. So the only option for the U.S. is to win. It boots on the ground, go in and get the uranium, the whole thing. Does not seem like, now that's her opinion, and she's not in the administration, but that does not seem like that is priced in at all. It seems like the market just continues to go down when given the opportunity. What's your take on what we're seeing with oil?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not priced in at all. Yeah, bonds a little bit up. Crude is correlated to that. So yields down, crude down. That makes sense. That correlation is still there. I think, everybody's trying to just look past this. But if you look, we had, clashes overnight. Crude ripped 3% on that. So which is just going to be, it's still got a lot of headline volatility. Yeah. It likes to settle lower, but we've kind of been in this volatile range. I think we'll stay there because I don't think, I have to agree, I don't think we're going to see agreement anytime soon. This has kind of been dragging on. We were close to a deal 2 months ago. We still don't have a deal. And the longer this drags on, the bigger problem it's going to be. We've heard from oil executives in the U.S., particularly saying this is a problem. We're draining our reserves. We had, a 7.2 million draw from commercial crude stocks last week, over 9 million from the SPR again. And we're still not done with that initial 120 million barrels that we pledged on for the IEA when we did a global 400 million. Stocks are draining fast. Oil companies in the U.S. are extremely worried about this because the longer this drags on, the more we're going to drain. In fact, Japan was out this morning saying they are going to start stockpiling. They're worried because obviously they're a major importer. They don't produce the energy that they need, and so they're going to start stockpiling, and they're going to go to the G7 and suggest that everybody else start stockpiling as well. And so if we do see that actually happen, if that happens between the G7 or maybe other nations, that happens during the summer, that's going to be at a time where demand picks up, and we certainly see higher oil prices at that point. So I think everybody's trying to look past this, but we're not past this. I keep saying,
Yeah,
we're not past this.
Yeah, the strait is still closed. That disconnect has been confusing and led people to believe that the sort of worst case scenarios are just sort of sky is falling, Chicken Little, but China playing a really critical role here, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, they have a massive reserve. Estimates are over 1 billion. They've been drawing on that. That's put a cushion because their demand, fell, I think, 16% in May. So that's helping. But they're, given how energy security worried they are, I don't know how much longer they're going to do that and depend on solely their own stocks. So we'll have to see how long that does indeed last.
Yeah. And it's so important. I know you keep this in front of us, Tracy, but you see a big spike in oil and you see a spike in bonds. It's gonna roll over to equities too, right? Like all of these markets are interconnected. In the beginning, remember, we'd come in every day and say we're all oil traders, and so it's really important to kind of keep an eye on that market, even if it's not front and center.
Hey,
yeah.
I just want to interject. There was a little bit of news while Tracy was talking. The ECB decision came out. I think it just kind of echoes to what Tracy was saying. ECB just came out and they raised interest rates by 25 basis points, and they've actually downgraded their assessment for growth, and they've upgraded their assessment for inflation. And the ECB's new projections for inflation revised higher for 2026 up to 3%. And for 2027, due, quote, to a higher path for energy prices, which to some extent is expected to feed into food, goods, and services inflation. So they are downgrading growth, upgrading inflation. They're a single mandate central bank. And so they are responding to inflation. And so the interest rates are moving higher. Highly expected for them to cut rates, so not a surprise there with that. But the euro is actually selling off a little bit here. So, and the markets are kind of falling a little bit commensurate with that. So we're a little bit off the best levels of the day in the S&P, and NASDAQ now only up 80 basis points to 28,767. So, look, I mean, even though U.S. equity investors don't want to believe that higher energy prices are here to stay, the rest of the world is waking up and noticing, and other central banks have to respond to that economic reality. And so with a single inflation mandate central bank like the ECB, BOJ, is coming next week. They're going to be raising rates as well. It makes it harder for equities as an asset class to continue to plow higher. Now, the question is, will the long end of the bond market continue to be weak? And will we see, yields at 30s kind of making new highs? If growth is getting downgraded, it may be harder to see that. But we'll have the front end yields moving higher. And so that, these curve flattening type trades, will be a headwind for risk assets amidst a slower growth environment.
Yeah.
We've got a couple headlines.
Yeah. Now Trump, you go, Tracy.
We've got a couple of headlines from Trump right now saying they are going to take their Iran's oil and gas, and they are going to be taking Karg Island at some point soon. So that would be a major, for Iran, that would be a major declaration of war, and we definitely would see some retaliation on that. So just something to keep in mind.
That's huge, and echoes what Nikki Haley was saying yesterday. So clearly there's been this conversation in Washington around that. Richie Rich saying war back on, by the way. It's time for Jim's Edge Report. So let's get to that, but we're going to be back with the data and more on the headlines just after it. Take it away, Jim.
All right, so let's pivot a little bit now that we got some news affecting the crude oil market. This is the crude oil daily candle chart right now, and we're in this kind of weird kind of symmetrical triangle formation right now. That white line is the anchored VWAP, And right, we literally just bounced off of the bottom of the triangle on the news. You could see we were trying to break down to the lower side for a second, couldn't do it, bounced right back up. So this is a pretty big move. You can't really see it so much on the daily chart, but let's check out the intraday chart. And there you have it. I mean, this was a big spike right now that we just saw. Looking at this for the first time, we're above session VWAP right now, and we're really trying to take out that high vol level, which is going to be pretty good at 91.25. So we'll see if that continues or not. This is like the war barometer gauge right now. It blew through the pivot, and then the London IB, forget about it. It's in the rearview mirror right now. Upside targets we have include that one-day max in R1 all the way up at 93.35. After that, $94 at 0 DTE call resistance. If this fails, if it kind of peters out, we have a really nice point of control down here at the bottom of the chart, and that's at 89.06, right by S1. So there's a lot of congestion down here at the bottom as well. But right now, this is a pretty big move up, and I'm going to just estimate it as at about $4, which is significant. Look at the CCI, Commodity Channel Index. We went from almost a negative 200 state to a positive 340 state in just a few 10-minute candles. So this is a pretty aggressive move to the upside. I'm not sure it's over with. Let's shoot over to gold, though. Gold's the only market that really didn't get the memo overnight anyway about turnaround Thursday. Let's go back to the daily chart here really quick. We literally blew through the yearly open a couple sessions ago, 43.40, ROI negative on the year. We blew through the March 3rd, 2026 swing low at 4,100. And then we couldn't get any traction. There's no green here. We couldn't get any traction to the upside. Series of lower highs, series of lower lows. I have a 39 target here. This is from October 2005, I think. You got to go all the way back to the left to see that low. But that's this next swing low target, 3,900. So this is in a bearish market for sure. Intraday, volume profile is kind of wonky so far. It will mature most likely. You can see that sell-off happening below VWAP right now. We have a target for the one-day min. This is Menthor Q's one-day min expected range. We've already violated that last night, but right now that's at 40.67. S1 is the next stop down at 40.29. Spot 1 below that put support at 4,000. This thing turns around back to the upside here. We have to defeat that London IB high, which is pretty much where it's a double top up here. Pretty much where it's not perfect, but 41.34-ish, the 35-ish is that area resistance to the upside if this thing does turn around. And you got that 0 DT put support at 41.50 right by the pivot there as well. And for the couple seconds we have left, let's take a look at the E-mini S&P. We'll just do the intraday chart right now and see how that liked the news. Well, it didn't. And let's get the data percolating here really quickly here. We had a really, we snaked our way up all the way to this really intense point of control. We were trading around that after the IB, London IB, all morning long. And look what just happened. Boom, we're selling off. We're tagging that JAX1 right now on the downside. Now, VWAP is holding, which is constructive. That's that white line there. That's a session VWAP. It's holding so far. So we'll see how much the equity markets care about what's going on right now. Some people are suggesting it doesn't care at all. But this was a decent sell-off here again. And this is, to my point, 20-handle move just with the snap of the fingers. Be careful, folks. Remember, middle of the chart could be dangerous, especially once the bell rings. Any further movement back down, we could see previous sessions lows at 72.56. I know it's a long way away, but in these markets, it's very, very possible. If this thing turns around to the upside, I'd look for that JAX1 at 73.50 and above that R1 at 73.62. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Fantastic stuff, Jim. And we'll recoup those, or recoup. We wish we could recoup. We'll recap those headlines in a moment. So that's a Freudian slip, I think. But just want to underscore what Avatos just put in the chat. Best live stream with quality techniques, analysis, ideas, and trading psychology all in one. These are really hard markets. And this is amazing for the group here, the gang here, to kind of lead you all through it. If you're just coming in and just plugging in, it looks like maybe, Craig, and we're going to have data in a minute that Shai's watching for, these Trump headlines may dictate the day.
Yeah, occasionally we get to do real-time news on the morning show as well. But the Trump tweet was the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, etc. very hard tonight. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we'll be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets. And so look, that's Carg Island is kind of a buzzword, I think, for many. It's where all the Iranian oil exports from, and so the oil markets are sensitive to it. Obviously, we'll see. Trump, the president has made various claims about the war, but last night we did resume attacks, and so we'll see what happens with the with the rest of the day here. But you're right, PPI coming up in 15 seconds. Expectations are for 6.4% year on year, 5.4% core. 0.7% month on month, and 0.5% month on month core. So we'll see how those numbers come in.
And Carg Island also means boots on the ground to a lot of people too.
Oh, here we go.
Which I think is where that.
All right. So PPI final demand month over month hotter. 1.1% expected was 0.7%. This number's coming hotter every single time. Year over year, 6.5% hotter as well. Expectation was 6.4%. For jobless claims, came in at a little bit higher at 229,000, and continuing claims higher than prior and higher than expectation at 1.795 million. So hotter than expected.
Okay, so this is a 1-2 punch of not market friendly news. So it's going to be a test to see what happens. Jim, any kind of reaction you're seeing? It's going to be hard to determine where what people are reacting to, we should say as well. But
yeah, the indices are still trying to find their way right now. It's super volatile. This 10-minute chart candle's bouncing around quite a bit. You can see the wicks in the shadows here, up and down, but the body of the candle is right in the middle. So it's not price happiness by any measure right now. It is price uncertainty right now. So we're below the pivot, but we're above the VWAP right now. And when these levels break, they break. When VWAP breaks and you get that confirmation candle, it could be a really, really a negative move down. Alternatively, things turn around, same thing. But again, that point of control, which was so dominant, I'm not sure it's going to be a magnet anymore at this point.
I love the price happiness versus price uncertainty. We're going to have Pharm coming up. This is why, we talk about the Pharm zone and really waiting until the market's open for a minute so you can 5 minutes actually. So you can see, what's really happening. But if you have any questions, because it looks like it's going to be one of those days, make sure you drop them in the chat and we'll have Pharm take care of it when he joins us.
Yeah, and by the way, real quick, Maggie, there's a lot of technical traders that prefer to trade pre-market as opposed to when the bell rings because of the volatility and the caustic moves. So there's a lot of people that like to trade the couple hours before that, and I'm one of them, by the way. So there are opportunities there, folks, as well.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate that. So pick the style that works for you, but we'll discuss both. This inflation print, Craig, thoughts on what it means for Warsh? It's going to be there was so much attention on next week's Fed meeting, and now you have an even more volatile situation for him to walk into.
Yeah, it's a sloppy inflation print. This headline number comes in hot. The core excluding trade comes in hotter than expected, but core domestic is a little bit weaker than expected. We had yesterday, we had the CPI, which came in, in line with an elevated reading, although not as bad as feared. I think broadly speaking, the inflationary environment is concerning. Right, for the Fed. And so we've already seen most of the Fed members move in a more hawkish direction over the course of the last several weeks, including, very importantly, both Waller and Williams, who are seen as, or have been seen as doves, kind of both of which moved into, a more hawkish construct, basically saying, the next move could be a hike or a cut. And so, look, I think it's a concerning environment for Warsh. I don't think he's going to be able to easily come in there and push a dovish agenda. I think, as we've been discussing, probably from a credibility point of view, would make more sense for him to actually acknowledge the fact that inflation is running above target and that he's going to work towards bringing it down, giving him some ability later on this year to generate momentum when it's time to cut rates. And so it will be a big meeting for him. I think the other thing that we got to keep an eye on here. Last couple of weeks, we've seen a little bit of a tick up in claims. 229 for this week is basically the highs for the year. It's 4 weeks in a row now of continuing claims moving higher. And after now 2 weeks in a row of initial claims moving higher, next week's continuing claims are going to move higher again. And so that stagflationary environment of elevated inflation, slowing labor market. Obviously, it's not, catastrophic, but just those incremental kind of early signs of that maybe, we're finally getting to the point in the labor market where, things are kind of petering out here. We had earlier this week, the ADP weekly job creation gains were kind of cut in half from where they had been over the prior 4 and 5 and 6 weeks. And so just some incremental signs there. But overall today, I mean, the headline stuff is going to be top of mind, and we're negative gamma. And so expect a very choppy, tape today. And if things start to cascade, lower, if we are in negative gamma, dealers will be selling in the direction of the tape. Plus you have all this leveraged ETF rebalance flows at the end of every day. So things can get spicy here. So we'll keep an eye on everything.
Yeah.
Bonds and notes are starting to fall down.
So that's what I was just about to say, Jim. I was like, the bonds and notes just gave up all their gains and are turning negative. Well, we have the 30-year flat. That's a little bit concerning. We'll have to see how equities do. And I wanted to, I kind of feel like we've had the same price action for the last couple of days where you have an overnight, markets go up overnight, start to pull back a little bit. We go and break the recent high, and then we puke all day. So that seems to be a repeating pattern that we've had for the last couple of days, or for this week, actually. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's like the news cadence happens during U.S. hours, and then kind of into the U.S. evening to kind of the beginning of Asian hours, and then during the European Open, things are kind of quiet, and so we wind up not having a lot of news during that period of time, and so you get markets kind of breathe a sigh of relief. Volatility comes down, we levitate back up given the the gamma profile that we're in, and so but now we're into the teeth of it again because we're at headlines are driven here, and with the U.S. equity volumes starting. It seems like the direction of the tape now. There's more sellers around, and I'm sure Pharm will talk about that. But we had that liquidation break on Friday. Kind of another one, potentially yesterday, and so the volumes are starting to pick up here. People are getting a little bit more concerned. Raising some cash here, it seems, and when you're throwing this AI story kind of at folks, plus the geopolitical, plus potentially stagflationary environment, and central banks are hiking rates, including this morning. It's a lot to digest.
It is a lot to digest. Speaking of digesting, we also have Treasury supply coming on, right?
A 30-year auction this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Yesterday's 10-year auction was decent. Demand was pretty good. Today might be a little bit more challenging, kind of, requesting a 30-year paper from the government at 5.02%. I mean, it's a big ask given the deficits, given everything that's going on, given the inflation. I suspect we're going to, bond investors are going to be looking for concessions. So we'll see how that goes. It could be a big catalyst at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, bonds right now, I'm looking at them right now. They're settled kind of back halfway through the chart. We were gaining momentum to the upside after the Asian initial balance. And I've been doing a lot of analysis, by the way, on all the markets with that very first, the Asian markets open up. They have that initial balance. I have it highlighted in my chart. And a lot of times, the low or the high in the Asian initial balance, regardless of the market, sets the pace for the whole rest of the day. So a breakout to the upside of this IB, and you could just see today it just trended up the whole time until you got to the London IB. So keep an eye on that also, especially if you're home at night and you don't want to turn the television on. This is a good trade a lot of times.
That's great to flag, Jim. There's a lot of chat, a lot of philosophy, and a lot of frustration happening. Yeah. But super smart analysis. There's a great comment from Cheech. If Karg Island controls Iranian oil and China gets about 35% of their oil from this region, do they get involved? That's sort of great thinking, 3 chess moves forward. But these are the kind of calculations that people are going to get concerned about. By the way, to your point, Craig, about the headlines, I mean, everyone came in to a headline when I looked early this morning saying U.S. military operations are over. We're done. And that led to a lot of what was fueling it. And then literally the Trump tweet comes out and it's completely the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's challenging for sure. And for traders who are, in this kind of regime, it's hard to it's hard to stick with size, right? You kind of have to play smaller, kind of widen your stops here a little bit, and be on the lookout for these types of headlines now. But I mean, the president puts out a Truth Social at before market hours. I mean, he knows the impact that he's going to have, and so it means something that he's comfortable with, whatever that however that plays out during the course of the day. I mean, the other thing that to keep on the radar screen today, I'm just watching it right now, and I mentioned earlier kind of this idea of a curve flattening where yields in the front are moving higher than yields in the back. But the dollar, right? The dollar's starting to pick up a little bit more momentum here. Dollar yen through 160.58. So we're basically at the highs here for dollar yen. For this move and all the yen intervention that had been going on kind of a couple months ago.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, basically, didn't really do whatever. Well, I guess it had some success, right? Because it pushed out the timeline for investors, but and kind of got us to the BOJ meeting, which is next week, and so we'll have a rate hike, coming next week. But if oil continues to rise, and the strait remains closed, and Japan gets all of its energy imported from from imports, and a lot of it from the region, not just oil but also LNG. And so elevated energy inflation in Japan is yen bearish, and an expectation that the BOJ is will need to raise rates even further. What kind of impact is that going to have on risk assets? Probably not a good one. So
this yen chart is just paper cuts every single day. Paper cut every day. Breaking through support. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, the central banks can never hold off the market forever, right? But sometimes it's about the time, the speed of the move, and making sure it's orderly, as opposed to if that was the goal. But it's the inevitable, right? Which sets up a really difficult situation. Are we going to see? I mean, is that rate hike is really priced in, though, isn't it? The BOJ rate hike, so probably not a market mover, or could that sort of trigger implications for folks who do the yen carry trade and who sort of Japan plays such an important role in kind of the macro.
Yeah, I mean, there are some who are looking back to the July-August period of 2024, where we had kind of a similar type of setup of dispersion trades and then unwind, followed by a BOJ rate hike that was expected, which then led to a massive vol event. So, we'll see. Interestingly, the head of the Japan Central Bank, Ueda, has actually been hospitalized, and so he will not be attending the BOJ meeting next week. But he has, I guess, submitted, his outlook, and so I don't know if that means, I don't necessarily know what that means. I mean, imagine a situation where the Fed chair could not attend a meeting where the Fed was going to be raising rates, and then had to explain to the markets what was going to happen. We didn't hear from the Fed chair. We heard from the vice chair. So that's going to happen next week when Ueda doesn't appear before the press to give the delivery of the rate hike. So we may see some elevated volatility around that event, even though the likelihood of a hike is highly priced in.
Yeah, that event is exactly what I was thinking about, Craig. Like, everybody's calm about it until that happens, and then that was it. That was a really, really ugly move. I saw a lot of chatter on the fact that he wasn't showing up. Maybe Warsh might feel like he wants to do that too after he survives.
Yeah, he could do a double header. He could do his meeting, and then he can go do the Japan meeting.
Exactly. Shai, you guys had Luke Groman on the other day. He's always great, but he's really worried about bonds, right?
Yep, that was his number one kind of fear is the bond market, which it should be, because we have been seeing bonds more volatile than they have been. They've been very weak, and we've seen some of these intraday moves, and we talk about this a lot, that once you have, if you recall on the non-farm payroll, right, that bond move was frightening, fast, and huge, and equity markets could not look past it. And so I keep an eye on the bond market. It doesn't matter until it does, and and to the upside or the downside. If it moves with any strength and volatility, equity markets will pay attention.
Yeah. And if you get that, that triple whammy, you've got gas higher, oil at the pump, oil higher, right, bond yields higher. Like, that is just a toxic combination. For markets. But we'll see. I mean, maybe it's Elon to the rescue. Real quick, Craig, before we close out this segment, is it possible that a successful IPO is enough to swing sentiment? Is that even reasonable?
I mean, been doing this a long time. Anything's possible. So, but look, you might have the situation where, there, I mean, I just saw a headline, 70 billion or so of demand for SpaceX from retail accounts only, right? So what we're talking about here is, kind of accelerating demand for this IPO, folks potentially freeing up capital in order to, have the funds ready to buy shares of SpaceX on the first day when they realized that they got none of the allocation, and they put that money back to work. So maybe there's that dynamic. We'll see. But one more headline for the tape here, right before we head and hand it off to you and Pharm, from Secretary Bessent tweeting out the Iranian regime will lose the zero-sum game it is playing. Any damage it inflicts on allies in the Gulf will be paid with funds extracted from Iranian accounts. And so there's been a lot of talk about the U.S. giving Iran its money back in order to stop the war here. It sounds like this is moving in the opposite direction, where we're going to just take the money and give it to Iran, our allies, and places that Iran has been attacking. So that seems like a headline moving away from the potential for an imminent deal.
And I just want to add really quickly on the back of that. Generally, we've seen Bessent kind of run interference whenever Trump has tweeted something aggressive about Iran. This time, he is not. So something to take note of.
Yeah,
That's
and
all.
they're both sounding more aggressive, and they're both doing it when they know the markets are going to respond. So this does not seem sort of, accidental. It's easy for it to seem like chaos, but you've got to think that there was a coordinated conversation happening. We'll see if we hear from other cabinet members
I'm
about this.
jonesing for some tacos at lunchtime. That's all I'm saying.
Like Craig said, anything's possible, right? In this market. So we'll have to see. Fantastic stuff. Thank you all so much, panel. We'll see you in the chat.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the lineup for the day. Pharm is going to be here in just a moment for Tape Talk. We've got an awful lot to discuss. Jump in if you have any specific questions you want him to tackle. Trade the Open is with Merritt, Black, and Chris. Midday Markets will be with Jack and Stowe. At 1:30, Samantha LeDuc will be joining Craig here for the macro trade. It's going to be super interesting given everything we just talked about. So be sure to set your reminder for that. And Trade the Close is with XY, Salma, and Leo. All right. It is time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. Wow, a lot going on this morning.
Good morning. This is definitely one of the most fatiguing headline markets that I recall. How about you?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's head spinning, right? And even for folks who've been doing it for a long time, I'm sure, I mean, you have, and I talked to people who've been in the markets for a really long time, and it's exhausting. So if you're feeling exhausted, you're not alone. It's real and sort of unprecedented because we've got policy by tweets, which is, we got a taste of the first time around. But this is just a different world we're living in. So how are you thinking about this setup? And I'll say that earlier, Jim was talking about the middle of the chart, it just being so hard with these turnarounds. And so how are you going to approach a day like this? Just, walk us through mentally what you're thinking about as well as the levels you're watching.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a fantastic time to be a price monkey and just not pay attention to the headlines and some of the macros. Sometimes just keep it simple and work your levels because it is absolutely exhausting. A couple of months ago, you would have thought if we made some serious statement about taking Carg Island that we'd be down a lot. But, now the market is just kind of over it, right? I mean, we're just over the headlines. And I feel like for the most part, it's doing its thing that it probably should be doing, this war aside. So trying to tune that out. I'm going to mostly focus on NQ because it's been cleaner, and I think it's in the driver's seat. Yesterday morning, when I was on with Delia, I had said that I kind of didn't really trust the low that was put in on Tuesday, really just the manner in which that low was put in. Inventory had gotten insanely stretched short, just positioning of traders. I mean, everybody was short on Tuesday. And then on top of that, you get the Trump tape bomb, whatever it was, that just blew everything out on the long. Nobody was long. Everybody was short. So, a face ripping rally was like going to happen almost. It just had to. And again, like I know there's those of you that are like looking at the chart and you're like, it's up 69% in a couple of months. What are you talking about? Everybody's short. I'm just saying like on short time frames, right? On a 5-minute chart, whatever. Everybody was short. So I was a bit skeptical of that. You see, ES has made a new low. NQ has still protected its low. So technically, that may have been wrong on NQ, but was revisited anyways. Now, the reason I'm reiterating that is to say, like on the flip side, yesterday now, during the day, I actually liked some of the buying that I saw. It seemed to me that, sellers were putting an awful lot of effort into cracking like the 600s on NQ. I mean, you could just see how firm it was yesterday, the 605 to 623 spot. And they just kept trying to crack it, and they just couldn't do it, right? You get the quick excursion lower, before Asia had even had their first cup of tea. And, here we are back above it, right? So it is a clean double distribution profile for the week. And it is bearish in that it is entirely gapping lower relative to last week's profile. But as we do on Wednesdays or Thursdays, once we start getting a mature weekly profile, we start talking about, the same kind of a thing, right? It's like, what could the profile look like to end the week? And so to me, you've got this distribution here, and you can see that buyers are kind of trying to define this lower edge here. Volume is tapering out below roughly 600, maybe the 500 spot. Sellers have just not had any luck there. And so what must happen for sellers to accomplish something is they're going to have to drive through these lows with continuation, build out a fresh distribution over the last 2 days of the week. Otherwise, this is a buy. So to me, this remains a buy until it's not. And that's where reacting instead of predicting becomes more important, right? So for me, the move, I mean, if this continues to hold 605, 623, there's no reason we can't be at yesterday's high, like in a flash. And so everything can be terrible. We're going to take Carg Island. Everything's going to zero. But like objectively, if sellers can't get through here, higher. So, maybe that's just a short-term relief pop to then just, fail back above yesterday's high and come all the way back down. That's entirely possible. But for me, I'll be working that edge. And so that's why I started on the 30-minute chart with NQ.
Hey, Pharm, just let me jump in for those who are not in the chat or who are like multitasking and don't have their eyes on it. While you're walking through that, Craig putting in Trump saying, I'm not frustrated over Iran, and that the U.S. is flying planes over Tehran and they have no idea. So Trump is on a tweet binge, it looks like here, or Truth Social posting binge. So we're going to continue to watch those headlines, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm not frustrated. You're frustrated. Right? Oh, Lord.
Wait, did you put the trade on? No. Okay.
Yeah. So, so I mean, that's where I'm at. And I'll drill into the 5 to see how I'm going to work this. And you can see the 600s are being reactive again here on this dip that, the end of the world, we're taking Carg Island. So that's going to be really important to me. And I again, you can get excursions when you have an edge that's forming. You can get excursions past it, but if that excursion fails, then you get what we got last night, right? You get a face ripper that tends to want to cross back to the other side. And so again, if you're wanting to be meaningfully bearish, wherever you get in, I mean, not that you can't just short pops. I mean, I would be open to shorting a pop here in this 949 to 969 or a failed push through there. Maybe pop yesterday's value area high, which happens to sit right in that weekly level. And I would consider taking that short, and then I'm just monitoring these levels for continuation back down towards the 600s. I'd be covering a fair portion, maybe down into 500. You've got yesterday's cash hours low there. And then if there's continuation and acceleration and a build of volume below yesterday's low, then you just hold on to runners. And honestly, you can just hold them and trail a stop back above like 605, 623. So that's your bearish scenario. And then again, for the bulls, as long as they broadly continue to hold this 605, 623, again, you can have quick excursions past it, but I'm not looking to be short down here until it's flipped to firm resistance. So those are kind of the spots to work against. I mean, if we're above this 945 to 969, then it's kind of hard to imagine not coming back up to that weekly 257 spot that was sniffed at yesterday's high. So those are the key spots. And yeah, I mean, like, don't diddle in the middle kind of thing. I mean, you certainly don't want to be getting chopped up in the middle of this range around volume point of control between this 800 and 945 necessarily. But the spots, at least on a shorter time frame basis, you've got a bit of an edge here up around this 945 to 969 that you can work against. But on a weekly basis, that's not up until really yesterday's high. You can see we still have unfilled single prints. So my weekly level for next week will probably be, something a little bit closer to those singles, but that's going to be the spot, right? If you're back above, this 339 to 378, you're going to wonder why in the hell you were ever bearish, because it's going to go. So those are the major spots to work against for NQ. I do think NQ has broadly been leading. So for the most part, my attention will be there. ES is broadly similar. Buyers have kind of struggled a little bit more, right? It's been a little bit less well-defined in terms of like where they're going to plant that edge. For me, I like this 72.98 to 73.02. I really want to see this flip to firm support again. And it's been kind of struggling with that overnight. So I think you're going to have to provide allowances to, this 64 to 69 spot. You've got yesterday's low was down here around 75. You're getting into some major spots here. And I talked about on Sunday, like you've got this is the year-to-date low VWAP that's curling up on ES into the 7206 to 7214 spot. So if we get firm offers below 7298 to 7302, we can come down pretty quickly, I would think. I mean, it hasn't been, mostly because of what's happening with NQ, but we can come back down to the 7206 to 7214. And like, it's hard for me to plan to just like buy a dip below a prior day low when things, are in a clean downtrend. But this spot would certainly have my attention, given that VWAP sits there and it's also a big technical level, also 71, 77 to 86. But it kind of feels to me that, this market wants to rally. I just don't know if it can. We've had, who was it? Tracy mentioned, we've had this pattern of like, we get a rally overnight, then they come in and they just sell it hard during the day, right? And bulls just can't lift, right? So we're going to need, at some point, we've seen excellent buying into these lows, but they're going to have to initiate higher. They're going to have to start cracking and reclaiming some key levels to the upside. So ES, spots again to work with. Let's see, came up yesterday. Yesterday's high in that 7406 to 15. Didn't quite tag it. I think it hit 5 or whatever, 7405. But I don't think you want to see that necessarily today. But I think this 45 to 50, you can see how it flipped to firm resistance. And that was kind of the biggest level for the week for me. Bulls are going to have to fix that, right? So if we come in, we pop some of these stops and peak above 45 to 50, that's where I would consider taking a short back down, just kind of like the NQ short. But I do think sustaining and firm bids above 45 to 50, it would be very careful of a failed reclaim up into the 60 range. We've got all these prior weekly lows sitting there. 54 and a quarter, 63, 79 and 3/4, I believe. So you want to be careful of a failed reclaim, but I mean, firm bids back above 73.50, you're probably back up at yesterday's high, same type of deal. So those are the big spots I'm looking for on ES and NQ. Again, I think NQ is a little bit more clean to me, but we've got buyers trying to form and establish a firm edge down there. And as long as they continue to defend that, sellers are kind of playing with fire down there. So again, what you're watching for is, look on your weekly profile. You want to see a clean break through these lows. If you're bearish, clean break through these lows, fresh build of volume that then doesn't return into this range here. And that would be your bearish scenario. And anything other than that, you're playing with fire being short down here.
Fantastic stuff. And that answered Morph's question earlier. What's your buy sell signal? I think you laid it out really well for us. And also really good reminder of you got to trade the market in front of you, right? Like based on what you're seeing in the headlines, you think the market's going to go one way, but you've got to look at the action right in front of you if you're looking at it from a shorter time perspective. So that's great stuff. While you were walking us through that to everyone, Craig dropping in the chat more headlines from Trump. they are negotiating with us to make a deal, but they are proud. He said that during a Fox News interview, and Trump also saying, I'd like to reach a deal now. Or I'd like to reach a deal now. I'm not sure which emphasis you want to put on it, but
with all this bad news this morning, Trump must be really long. I mean, he must really be getting long, right? So he can put out some kind of nonsense that counteracts all of this bearishness. I mean, that's how it goes, right? So he must have so many calls with all these bad news tape bombs. So
you're echoing a lot of what the people are putting in the chat, Pharm. There's a lot of skepticism and cynicism out there about what's going on, but it's certainly going to make for a bit of a wild day. Not to mention that we've got SpaceX IPO after the close, so an awful lot going on. All right, great stuff. Thank you so much, Pharm. Appreciate you.
Yep, take care.
Well, Pharm set us up really nicely for the open. And just a reminder, in addition to all of the tweets coming from Trump, which indicated early on and got the whole thing started that the U.S. was thinking about taking Carg Island and all the implications that go with that. Now he's sort of saying he wants a deal. So it's the back and forth again. We had a hot inflation read with PPI as well. So a lot being thrown at this market today, as well as the gear up for SpaceX. So it's a great setup. Let's get to it. We've got Trade the Open with Merritt and Chris. Hello, gents. Merritt, is that a real backdrop? Are you sort of zenning in nature as you face this day?
No, it's just a green screen.
It's making me feel calmer. I wondered how you could, how if you were able to get your whole setup outside, I was going to be massively impressed. Massively.
No, I'm kidding about kidding. It's real. I'm
oh my
outside.
gosh. I mean, Chris, are you feeling
This
like
is fake? I'm actually in Hawaii.
Okay, so you just don't want, you wanted to make us feel better, whereas Merritt is just living large in the greenery while we're all trapped in front of our screens. I love it. I'm so impressed. How you guys feeling about the day? A lot to digest. Chris, how you feeling?
Good. Yeah, it's been a crazy few days. We are trying to hold here as we consolidate over the last 2 days or so, and we're just hopefully consolidating for the next bigger move here over the next week. So just some day trade zone to zone to protect capital for now.
Yeah. Merritt, what about you?
It is the area. I would be curious to see what Chris thinks about it. But for me, in terms of the broad indices, this is the area where the uptrend, for the year, big picture, holds or fails. So this is the line in the sand right here around this kind of 7,300 S&P level and whatnot. So fantastic risk reward to position long. And even more exciting for short-term traders and whatnot if we end up breaking this level down, which, as usual, puts yearly VWAP and some areas much lower on the table. So I don't care which way it goes, but long until proven otherwise from this region.
Fantastic. It's such an important day, and you're just rolling into it chill, which I love. I'm gonna take that vibe with me for the day. But thanks so much. I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Have a great one.
You too, Maggie. See you.
Take care. Hello.
Hello. We meet again.
Hello? Is that you?
Good morning, chat.
It's me.
Maybe I'm being too aggressive here. What's your level that you're saying that you're bullish above, bearish below?
I mean, it's an area, not a line. I mean, you've got to take essentially, let's call it the lows of the past few days, 72.30s.
Oh, down there.
To 73.30s, right? I mean, it's literally a 100-point zone in the S&P that I'm looking to see which way it resolves, on kind of a daily candle basis or bigger picture. But yeah, this is a long setup for the Nadro crew, an imbalanced pullback. you actually have a small extreme fade set up on the weekly here as we are 27 minutes until the open here. Full disclosure, I'm out at the lake today. I will be trading sim today. I'm just going to be not making it count for real this morning. Got all kinds of stuff going on here. I'm a little bit maybe not at 100% levels of performance and engagement, so I'm going to be just being casual today.
Is that not what you usually do?
Come again?
What? Oh man, I can't start. It's too early.
Come on, man.
Man, it's too early to think those thoughts. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, chat.
All right, let me share my plan here for the day. All right, guys. So we're at, similar to what Merritt said, that similar level for me in NQ. It's the 730, 750s, right around May 19th lows. So you can see that this is the prior consolidation here from this like 700, 750-ish to 800, 850. And we came down on Sunday. We had a huge bounce, and then we tested the top of that resistance, and then we broke lower, right? And it's been a lot of back and forth around this 730, 750s area. We did have a pretty significant divergence yesterday when they both dropped overnight. NQ came down lower, created a higher low against Tuesday's low, and ES took out that low. Now, NQ reclaimed for now the May 19th low and the prior week low, which is again that 730, 750 area. So if we can hold it, form a little bit of acceptance, then this is going to be a successful higher low against the low. It's going to mean that we're sort of attempting to get back into this support area, this range. And if so, then we can start to make our way back up into that 060, 100, 130 area and prior day high. If we lose that, so if we lose this attempt at reclaiming, then there's no reason why we can't move down to make new lows. And at that point, it would be pretty vulnerable for new lows. For ES is a little bit similar, but it really has to get above the 7350s area. We are attempting to hold at 7300 area. If we can, we push up there. If not, we come down to that level that we're both, talking about, that 7200, 7230s in ES. And then as far as my plan here and the trade you guys see me in right now. So one of my ideas was a potential fail breakdown of the 730, 750s area. So what I did is I engaged in my 9MA reversal setup at those lows to position myself into that possible fail breakdown. I was able to take half off here at 2R, and now I'm sitting on the rest with a 0.5R loss. The trend is still down. I have been focusing more on shorts, and those have been working the best, but I really like this area after the big reversal overnight. You can see here that we are just fighting at the 730, 750s area. So the idea here was, hey, can we see some sort of fail breakdown, reclaim it, hold it, and then move higher? If so, cool. If not, we're just going to go back down to new lows. Which, I should have also kind of taken the short as well up here.
The long short spread.
But yeah, we're just, we are at a key spot. I see it as we're also consolidating here for a few days now, and the outcome of this will be either the level ended up holding, or we are going to make new lows.
If you had to bet, what do you think? You think we stabilize here and bounce, big picture, or do you think we make new lows? Just for funsies.
I think, I mean, for funsies without like analysis, uh,
I mean, I don't know. Don't overthink it. You can
yeah,
do as
that,
much analysis as you want. You can make it.
well, I mean,
You
it
could,
would be pretty
as
simple.
you
Either,
already are and do, you could make this not fun.
oh, sorry, I'm not out in nature like you, okay? I still have my work hat on. You have your leisure hat on.
I'm literally sitting in a glider.
Uh, yeah, we can, if we hold here, we bounce. And, you know, it's pretty straightforward. We were at a key spot. If not, we drop a good few hundred points in NQ.
What do you guys think, chat? Let's get some serious analysis. What do we think?
Yeah, don't listen to me. I don't know anything.
Retest the lows, go mitigate imbalance to make new high a day, and then drop to new lows. That would be nasty, which the market loves to do. Chop, that's actually a pretty good guess as to what we're in for. A lot of people saying continuation lows. I think we can all agree on one thing. Some people are getting trapped, regardless of which way it goes. We're gonna screw some folks and then maybe go somewhere and then maybe screw some more folks. Hello.
Uh,
Cooper, have you ever seen Stevie Ray Vaughan do the Collins shuffle live at Montreux the first time he was there? Collins Shuffle live at Montreux Jazz Festival. Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's tight.
Do it like a tiger.
Really, Jeff, that's incredible. Just as he had gotten his life together. Such a sad story.
you know what? I would actually like new lows
Yeah.
only because it would set up equity charts much better.
Set them up
Like allow them to base properly to then have a good Q4. More consolidation, more contraction, more expansion and energy later on. Versus like 2021, where we just have like 1 month of rest and then higher, but it would just be choppy the whole way up. Do you feel like the rotations are getting faster and faster?
oh yeah, that's definitely been going on. Speed of tape has been picking up. Things are flying around a bit. Success 26 asks us, how do you come up with the instruments to trade? Um, to me, it's not like well, I want to answer this in two different ways. Number one, modern day me, I look for where are my best setups happening, and I go to those markets in which those things are trading. Um, how I've chosen what markets to trade over the years, over 2 decades, has been more of just an evolution of random happenstance and luck and what I tumble into and focus on for a couple years and things like that. There's no secret or nothing special to it. How do I use speed of tape? Speed of tape is the great permissioner. If the speed of tape is high, I can get away with things that I normally can't get away with. I can use tighter stops. Typically, there's cleaner momentum. There's faster wicks through areas. If things are slower and if the tape is very, very slow, like watching paint dry, and I don't have a quantitative measure of speed of tape. So no, there's not some indicator I'm looking at or whatever. It's just, it doesn't take long, but you acquire experience from looking at charts. I'm talking about on a chart, right? How fast is it going uptick, downtick, uptick, downtick, or is it going uptick, downtick? That's a slow speed of tape versus a fast one. So it's not rocket science. It's not quantitative for me. It's just experience based. And if things are slower, you can't be chasing momentum. You can't be trailing tight stops within areas because it's going to be, back and forth a little bit more and more likely. So things like that. Indeed, Smitty. Twelve gauge strings tuned a half step down with bass frets. With his Dumble steel string singer. Alrighty. So if we look at the Russell, we've got this lower edge of, so I'm looking at a 30-minute chart here. And then we have this nice little upper edge, which started all the way back here, by the way, right? So that's our main, if we're gonna, for price action trader Merritt today, we're going to look at a 30-minute chart. We're going to get our main structure, and that's going to be it. Choppy inside this area, maybe looking to fade edges if we get to edges and fail, or go with breakouts of either end. If we accept above 2880s or below 2810, we will look to go with those trends away from that area, or we will trade failures of those areas back into the middle. Then we can zoom into, let's say, a 5-minute chart, and we can start to look at, trend structure will be like Chris here today. We bottomed at the lower edge, so you put in a high, low, high, real weak kind of low here, zip across to the other side. Then we start to put in lower, high, lower, low. And so we've shifted kind of to downtrend, if you will, on this 5-minute time frame after having tagged the upper edge of our overall 30-minute balance that we're in. So to me, the most recent trade that I may have taken would be shorting a pop up in this region here. If we go even more granular to like a 1-minute, this is a pattern that I like when I don't like just shorting when we first come up, but then you start to put in a low, and this little guy right here, where you come in and put in what we call an up thrust right here, where you have this high, pull in, wick the high and fail quickly, or even on the restabilization right there, anywhere in that region, that's kind of like a nice entry trigger. So again, we've got 30-minute, you've got 5-minute where you're defining the trend, and then you could have even a lower time frame where you define entry triggers and patterns. This is just classic triple time frame, right? Your higher time frame, your trading time frame where you define trend, and your lower time frame that you use to enhance risk reward, define triggers, things like that. This is how I traded for a long time before I started using VWAP and profiles and whatnot.
Hey Perry, stick around for when it's time for me to trade the IB strat, and I can talk about it then in an hour or so.
That's right, Jason Barlow. I've got a little Ibanez tube screamer. And I actually play on a component by component hand wired tube amp that my dad and I built. Soldered the whole thing, built the speaker cabinet, bought some creambacks. Pretty sweet. Something we'll pass down for generations. Very cool to have done with my dad.
You're in family stories now?
This guy.
I got to go find my dad first.
Oh, about lost it there. That was good. Don't get too wet trying.
I don't think they got that.
Oh, now we're cooking. Now we're in here. This is what the people came for. Pure gold. Every time I see a Michigan license plate on the road, I literally, my wife and I, we say it every time. Pure Michigan. Pure Michigan. Jimmy Caggs, Gold. Gold. Don't get me started on gold. Oh my goodness. Gold.
Why don't we have any gold swing shorts, huh? This is a beautiful breakdown.
Man, I hedged out a little physical at the literal top. It was incredible. In fact, I've got receipts. Well, whatever. But I didn't maintain that hedge. I was not expecting this carnage.
Yeah, what a beautiful drop.
Mm-hmm. It's like 54,000 or 5,400, whatever it is. Literally hedged it all perfectly. Mostly just coots out here, Charles. I bet Chris doesn't even know what a coot is. He thinks it's one thing, but it's another thing.
Okay. What'd you
Hola.
call me?
Nice, Texas.
All right, we have 5 minutes left. We're still dancing around this area here.
I'm
No
out on
real
the lake in
action.
Alabama, Richie's.
Do we break lower here?
We got a willow fly hatch going on here. Caught some bluegill yesterday with the kids. All right, 4 minutes till the open. Um, okay, that drawing will just live there. Okay.
What's going on over here?
I will just mention it one time because we literally never do this. Apteros is having a sale. So go check out our either my Twitter or at Apteros Trading. We are running a big discount on our evaluation program right now. Join the desk with up to $3 million fixed, static, non-trailing drawdown. Live money, real cash, real career. My plug is over. We're having a sale. We never do it, and we are now.
Is the sale for the tryout?
Yep. Swing trading allowed.
Oh,
Hop in there.
hola.
Hola.
I like the swing trades. Probably not the best environment for that now, though.
Open, heck, this could be a great swing trade location, in my opinion. In fact, I put on a little long-term risk as of yesterday. Cool thing how we handle swing trading is because we everyone has a daily loss limit. That's a non-negotiable. But you could have huge open position gains, and then go into the next session with a swing trade. Let's say you've got a $2,000, $2,500 daily loss limit, but you got a $10,000 open gain as you go to the next session. You essentially have a $12,500 daily loss limit, essentially, right? That open P&L won't, if you lose it all, it won't count against any type of, risk limit or whatever. If we have a policy that's not trader friendly and common sense and with prudent risk, by all means, we'll listen to people about that and see about changing that. There's nothing that we do that's not for the trader. Anyways, that's my pitch for today. Motive wave, I think, connects to rhythmic, right? I think. So we have Ninja, Trade of 8, and rhythmic are the two connections that you can have. Yes, we do allow automated trading. It's encouraged. Ding, ding, ding. Let's get into it, chat.
Order filled.
We lose the 750s. We're going to go make new lows if we can't bounce. So breakdown attempt here after a hour consolidation. 520 to 620s.
So I shorted Russell. I'm looking for just this small rollover here in continuation after the last failure. Obviously not a great big picture structure location, but we're coming off the failure of the upper edge. So I'm looking for continuation lower.
In the Russell, huh? I think that's the first time. Gosh, first time that I've heard you.
I used to trade nothing but the Russell back in the day. There's the drop. Scale a little.
Order filled.
It's really struggling to do so, though.
Nice. All right, I'm out on the rest of the long. We're going to fail to hold the 750, so we can come back down to new lows now.
Order filled.
Scratch out of the rest of this. So if we go to the 1 minute here, chat. Let's just turn on fills. This to me is just perfect management. It starts to roll over. I'm looking for it to at least take out these lows. I scale some off as that happens. And then I'm looking for momentum. I'm looking for it to persist and do something. And if that starts to fail, boom, I'm out before we run stops above that swing. That's just textbook momentum style, giving it a shot. A little choppy open. I'll have to turn these fills off or else we won't be able to see.
Might be patient here as Enki decides whether it's truly gonna chop around here or break down and lose that 750s prior week low area. So far, it is moving lower, so sellers are in control.
Order filled.
Back in it. Choppy, choppy, to boppy.
Yeah, yesterday was really choppy.
Choppy, choppy, to boppy.
Like, I want that sound bit as like my text message notification. I love it. All right, I'm
Order
gonna stand
filled.
aside out of this. Guys, there's a groundhog or something.
Hey guys, let's get those likes up in the meantime. It's 1,100 of you, 230 likes.
Woof.
Help us out here. Help the network out. We attack each other on stream every single week. There's battle scars day after day, tears, just for these likes, and they're not there.
That's the perfect name, Charles. Officially. So it makes sense to see this Russell pushing higher here. What made the most sense once this little guy broke was to see some excursion lower, and it failed essentially twice. I put the short on twice, seeing that coming. So it makes sense to see the squeeze the other way. Zoom back out. So if this ends up being something of a failure above this
Oh wow, Intel. What's going on?
868, then this will look like a bear flag, right? You've got the main impulse drop off this high. This starts to look like a flag. If that starts to break, kind of more of a medium term kind of thing, then we'll restock short.
Like this. A bit choppy, but still a seller's tape here. We bounced right back up into that 750, 760 zones and are rejecting again. So failure to reclaim, we are going to see new lows here. Oh, ES is already making those lows, which means RTY is working in your direction, no?
It made that spike higher and is
wow.
swiftly rejecting and failing. So I'm
what's
back
bringing it
into stop
down?
mode.
Financials?
Order filled.
Financials are holding well. Oh, industrials. Yeah, I'm gonna be patient here, guys. It's a little bit of a choppy structure, no real movement. Your orders are the sound is coming through, by the way. It almost gave me a heart attack. Thought I had a trade.
I heard people talking about orders filled earlier in the chat. That's weird. I'm pretty sure when maybe production can talk to me, but when I did the whatever that share screen thing that we use is, I selected to not share system audio. Got it. Chris, you want to guess what I ate for dinner last night? And where?
Tacos. Some in Tennessee tacos, which I don't even
I mean,
know
that's
what
a
that
really good
looked.
guess, actually. What do you think, chat? What did Merritt have for supper last night? And where? No one's ever going to get it. I ate catfish at a gas station. That's what I had for supper. How many
Were you
of
by
you have
yourself?
ever had catfish at a gas station?
Were you by yourself?
No. I had my parents and my children.
Well, at least you're not sick this morning.
Little inflammation. All right, I'm looking to scale some.
All right, so if we can't bounce here, we'll probably move down to the May 19th low in NQ.
Russell finding buyers again off this upper 50s. They're defending it a bit. It's not just a free for all here.
Yeah, there's some negotiation here. Semis are just doing so well.
I'll take gas station catfish over gas station sushi any day. A lot less risk. This is the type of entry here, this price action, this situation where a lot of the times it takes a little more time, a few more bars to kind of resolve itself. It's less typical for it to just go in a straight line. I'm still calling it within this flag structure. Let's just draw it.
Buyers are still here. There's still some negotiation here in NQ. ES is a little bit weaker. Just a little bit of back and forth here.
Hello. There's a speed of tape increase.
Oh, there you go.
Order filled.
Standing aside.
All right, so we're reclaiming that 750s again. Remember, guys, a lot of negotiation here at this prior week low area. It's important. 730, 750s in NQ. We're attempting to reclaim it again. So if we can pull back and create a higher low now against the low, I'll look to engage on a long. Yeah, look at that push.
Mm-hmm. I added a little more long-term long exposure just a little while ago, whenever the last time y'all saw me with my phone was. So I'm kind of rooting on the bounce.
Okay, so that held. Now to get a higher low here, that's what I'm looking to engage.
Stop run vulnerable. If we look at this pattern here, with the market roaring towards this region here, you got to think, all right, during the pit session, they can come up above these highs and kind of screw those fine people. So in terms of short-term trading, that puts better trade location on the table, like we talked about. If we come up and fail at some of the actual edges of this 30-minute zone that we've drawn out with these teal boxes. Hello.
Let's see here.
Half my daily risk.
All right, we're pulling back to seek a higher low now. See if we hold. I do like it.
Order filled. Order filled.
Did y'all see that, chat?
All right, I bought that pullback into the 9 MA. I already took half off at 2R, and I will ride the rest for this push higher. See if we can push out. Pretty much doing what I said I was going to do, guys. I was looking for a higher low here. I bought that. I took off half at, oh no, it was around 1.5R. And now looking to see the continuation higher.
Order filled.
So for me, that was what I would define as a scalp. And it happened quickly, but you see how we got to the upper edge of this channel. We stalled. And then there was a speed of tape pickup. We started to press at these local couple bar highs, which by the way is right at this area. And we had talked about the need for a stop run above these highs. And so I banged in long, threw out a couple limit orders because that's a situation where it's going to happen quickly and you don't want to be manually trying to get those prices, and just got the first one almost immediately and then waited a while with the second one, essentially with a kind of a break-even type style stop, even though I didn't have an order in. My finger, if you would look at where my mouse was, it was on exit and exit at market. So that's what I call a stop run play, where I'm just picking up the pieces there, joining a stop run happening.
Okay, so I took more off at 4R.
Let's
Now
go.
I have 2 contracts left out of 8. I can put my stop to break even now. And then we'll see if we go up to the next target, which if you guys remember from this morning's plan, the main idea here that is if we could see a fell breakdown, right? Like word by word, we can see a fell breakdown of the 750s area. We can push up into London's high and then the 060, 130s area. We're literally seeing that. So just had to be patient and analyze price action in real time to then engage on the long into the planned scenario that I set up before the market opened. So now I can trail longs into that main next resistance area.
Very nice. S&P looking like it wants these stops above 73.40. That would be a very, very reachable push. Another teaching point here, chat, is notice how I'm using this 30-minute, 5-minute, and 1-minute. Notice how I don't stay sucked into the 1-minute. I return to my main trading time framer on the 5-minute to stay grounded and to see the forest for the trees and you know, that type of thing. Never stay locked into your lowest time frame. you're just gonna fabricate trades and fabricate things that are happening versus what you're really looking to capture. Trust me, it takes one to know one in that regard.
No, I do not use level 2. I just look at these charts. That's it. Literally, that is all. Price structure. You don't really need level 2 if you understand trend structure across all time frames.
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Hey,
you need level. You need level 2 if you make decisions based on any depth of market, regardless if you understand trend structure or not. They're different worlds, right?
well, I mean, to me, it would be pretty. You don't need it. You don't need
I don't
it.
need it personally, right? I don't use it. I
Can you add it on as a layer of, sure, but you don't need it. Like, I know that if this is the second lower low into support, the trend is done. Like, I don't need to look at level 2. I know that the trend completed on the 2-minute time frame into support. You get me? And the reclaim of that last lower high.
That's your market worldview, though. Some people might disagree. I don't disagree with you. I'm just kind of standing up for some people out there who might.
Since when do you stand up for others, huh? You never did that for me.
I've stood up for you before when chat's being mean. So I heard those squirrels start barking, and I look up, and there's a huge hawk that just came in. They were getting the heck off that tree. Hey, you're gonna make them attack me, man.
Somebody has
Start
level
making
7.
little mouse noises. That's not a mouse. That's not a knife. I don't have a very good Australian accent. Can you do a good Australian accent, Chris? I'd love to hear it.
I can barely do a good American accent, okay? So don't ask me about another country that I've never been to.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Do I always use NT chart or Tradeovate? I use NT, do you mean the desktop app? I use it when I'm streaming. I like how fast the web version is. So I just mostly trade on that. Like, it's so fast for me. And plus, guys, I'm trading different accounts, right? I'm trading the prop accounts for the IB strat, my own personal account, and then another personal account just for the IB trade. So if I can stack up 3 Tradeovate windows back to back and just execute pew, 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 then that's all I need. All right, I got my 2R, my 4R, and I can now be stop at break even after hitting 4R and see if we do reach those targets. But that'll be my second winning trade for the day, for the morning. And unless we have another high probability setup, then that is it. Less is more for me.
Russell finding some sellers from our upper edge of our 30-minute structure. Not a great looking high. You see how it's kind of mushy, a lot of bar to bar overlap up here. So I'm not going to, the aggressive short would be essentially shorting at the lows of this bar, just a few ticks below, like right now. That's the aggressive short because we're failing above this big medium-term swing high up here because of the way on the lower time frame that was put in, because of the level 2. Christian,
Yeah, totally. I
it's
see it
not as
there.
high of a probability of this momentum shift short up here. So I'm going to look for the sellers to really show me something, and then, like we talked about pre-market over here, I can look to lower time frame pattern to try to get in. A little too risky to short this right here, in my opinion.
And 2R is at 78 points. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
The moves are wide.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like I'll get stopped out at break even on the rest here. And that'll complete my morning. And then I can just wait for the iBeach strat. Google breaking down. Oh, look at this. Manny says his first futures trade and made 159 doll hairs. That's awesome. All right, looks like another high to low for now. Let's see how far I can trail this in case we push out. You need to remember the first trade you put on. Yes, I bought calls on silver. It had a $1,500 account. There was a $1,500 account. I bought calls. I was up $1,500 a week later. And then I lost $15,000 over the next year. And that got me hooked.
My first trades, I was a senior in high school. I had, well, it wasn't even my account. It was in my dad's name because I wasn't old enough to have an account yet. This was pre-TD Ameritrade. This was just Ameritrade. And the cool tech was you call in and get a live quote from like an automated system. And you key in, you don't remember Chris, you probably don't even remember this, but the way you used to text, like to do to type a C was like either 111 or 222, right? Whatever it was to get to A, B, C, right? And then to type an H was 66, or 55 or whatever. That's how you used to text. So anyways, you type in the symbol with that kind of texting method on your phone. And then it'd be a voice that'd be like, SPY is trading at blah, 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 blah. And you could actually place trade. That's how I placed my first trades. I was working a summer job and using my phone to call in and get quotes over the phone and place trades. T9, that's what it's called, right? The voice would tell you the level 2. Bid depth is. And then you have to listen for like 20 minutes.
One off here.
Well, I was 16, so no, I didn't own anything.
Order filled.
All right.
Order filled.
Sorry, everyone. In the short. So remember, I didn't like the high. It traded down. We were saying we're going to have to see some strength from sellers and then maybe a retrace. The other possibility that I didn't talk through was that we put in a better high. So we actually just remember how we talked about this up thrust pattern over here pre-market? We just got an up thrust pattern right here. And it's from our 30-minute structural edge. It's worth the risk to see if the market continues to range where it's been ranging.
All right, so we're sitting at 6R here. Can't even see it. Price has moved so fast. At 200 points at 6R, pretty crazy. Interested in partialing out some more here. ES is pretty weak. Let me take off some more.
I'm rooting for your trade, not for mine.
5.8 R. And then I'll trail the rest. But that, great trade. Yeah, all the R's. 6R or bust. Okay, guys. Now I can sit in this, chill out, look at swings. Time to get that morning flip now, huh? Maybe. Get the other accounts ready for the IB trade. Guys, I have an Asia AB strategy now. They are doing great. I do have to be in front of the screens at night for a little bit. The only down side, but it'll be worth it. The IB strategy today, we'll be looking for a short. We are below the daily 9 MA. So that is the trend filter. Even though we're bouncing, and today may be a bounce all the way up into the 9 MA and it can be a losing trade, but it is what it is. Yesterday worked great. It allowed me to stay in the short all day and close it at end of day. So I was short from like 800 area and closed it at end of day for like 4 hours.
Save some R's for the rest of us, buddy.
I need all of the R's. The Asia strategy is the same thing. It's the same IB strat, but for Asia market, the first hour. You're in Australia still? Watching us from Australia? That's crazy. Thank you. Well, thanks for watching from all the way over there. Good thing I didn't attempt the accent.
It's never too late.
I can't even speak English correctly, so it's currently 12 a.m. there and you're watching us. Are you all cuddled up in bed?
Weird
Just
question,
watching
Chris.
us. what time do I usually start looking for day trading opportunities? I am a location-based trader, so my time is when price gets to that location. Usually, that is in the first 2-3 hours of the market open. My scenarios play out very well, and my trade ideas that I plan is when they show up. So that is when I execute, mostly the first 2-3 hours. I don't like to trade after that. You're short. What instrument is that? 2883?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The IB strat is 1 hour after the open, when the IB is done. I'll trade it here live in 20 minutes. Currently in a drawdown. I was in a drawdown around $7,000. I've recuperated around $3,800. So my current drawdown is, what is that? 3,000?
Everyone cover your ears.
Order filled.
Earmuffs, Chris. I'm about to get a fill.
All right, looks like that's it for the push. I'm glad I took more off at 6R. I am okay with the last getting stopped out here at break even.
That's pretty funny, footprint guy. I was saying a couple weeks ago, I remember when the S&P used to trade, 1,500 contracts a level, right? At the near prices. As Chris would say, muy diferente these days.
Okay.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
Backsteer. I'm not even mad.
Hi, Chris. When the ES was more liquid, I used to trade the 1-tick IB trade. It was a good profitable trade. 1-tick IB trade, what does that mean? Is that like a 1-tick open range?
No, I'm assuming he would load up at the literal value of the IB, or maybe a tick in front of it or a tick beyond it.
Oh,
and
wow.
then the profit was for 1 tick. That's what I'm assuming.
I mean, 1-tick risk, gosh, if you get a good trade, I mean, that would be so hard. I guess that's more of like you're trading on the DOM, no?
Either that or his name is literally Footprint Guy, maybe a footprint.
Listen, I told you my English wasn't good. Okay.
Context clues, Chris.
I read that as something else, something else. Okay, so. Oh, I
Okay,
don't have a
chat. So
stop here.
I'm up 6R in my trade here. I just want to
Excuse
fluff
you?
myself for everyone. My name is Chris. I'm up 6R in this short here. My day is done. I'm pretty much at break even. I have no worries in life. And did I mention I'm
Listen,
up
I have a lot of
6R?
worries in life. Okay, I only have one kidney. I worry about everything. All right. This is Chris, guys. I got out at break even. No risk now.
Oh,
There is a one kidney risk though, so
mask off. Never trust no.
how the fuck? I mean,
What? I mean, what's it going to take for us to get Chris to try an Australian accent? What's it going to take?
I need two kidneys for that.
No latency here, but I've seen the chat mention that. I don't know.
Thanks, Cyflows. How many R's does a kidney cost? Oh gosh. Well, the transplant was $1 million. So if my average risk is around $700 for these day trades, that's a lot of R's.
All right, chat. So I'm up like 6R in this trade, and I'm just going to move this stop to break even. I'm really risk-free in the trade here. And it's like 6.8 R's.
What did they say, guys? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
True. I really wish the market would go up.
Prepare for the IB strat. Yeah.
Good morning, Heats.
You want to see me trade on a uncompressed NQ DOM? How many R's can you make? Answer that, huh? With an uncompressed DOM. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either.
What's a compressed DOM?
I guess like a lot of people look at like for NQ, they instead of looking at it on a per tick basis because it's just too insane to look at, they compress each row is like a point or a 2 point. You know what I mean? It's 4 ticks or whatever. That's not a knife.
That's not an algo.
Yeah, I think that's well put, Olaf. Dome trading on NQ makes me car sick.
Oh, twos and fours. Yeah. I forgot about that. I remember when I wrote that chapter under Intro to Dom by Chris Boxes.
Ones and twos become twos and fours. I don't understand that. Why don't I understand that? Twos.
It's two ticks compressed into one. Come on. Come on.
Oh. Yeah, I just don't understand it phrased like that. But that's what I was saying it was earlier. I get it. Ones and twos become twos and fours. That's like Jimi Hendrix, if a six turned out to be nine. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
If all the hippies cut off all their hair.
Hey, guys, you know what can be more ones and twos on the like count? Can we get those ones and twos up, moving in the like count, please? There's 1171 of you and only 400 likes. We need some one and twos on the like, please. We just made some great trades. Merritt, thanks to me, is up 6R. I mean, come on.
6.732
6R day.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'm getting keyed into the joke here. Okay.
Is that the Washington Monument behind Merritt?
Huh.
I think that's just part of your house.
It's just a column. It's just part of the roof.
All right, let's get these accounts right for the IB trade.
Hey, Charman, you want to come say hello? You want to come say hello to Mr. Chris? Who's Mr. Chris? It's Daddy's mortal enemy. Come here.
What enemy?
Hola.
Can you say hey, Mr. Chris? Can you say hola?
Hola.
Hola.
Hey, sweetie. You want to say hello to Mr. Chris?
Make him trade. Place a trade.
Hi. No, say hola even.
Is that a notebook or like a Game Boy?
Daddy.
Say hola.
Hola.
Hola. Hi,
That's really
guys.
good.
How's it going? What's for breakfast? What was for breakfast
What'd
today?
you eat for breakfast?
Egg.
Eggs. We had some yogurt and some blueberries out of the garden. Here, Daddy's got to work right now. I'll come play in just a minute.
Go play a game. Do you want to come?
Of course.
Okay. It's where you try to catch some butterflies. That's the game.
Catching butterflies?
Yeah.
Cool.
But even trying to chase one, and I'm trying to tell where all the butterflies are. There might be some over there.
I bet there's some in the flowers in the garden.
Let's go see. Come on, Dad.
Check it out.
Okay.
I'll be with y'all in a few minutes.
Butterfly in the sky.
Thanks, baby. Y'all go run to the front, okay?
Hey.
Oh, a little reversal here.
Yeah, good one. NQ, again, guys, that's 750s, right? 750s area that I keep talking about. We came back to it, bounced right from it. So I can't really get too bearish unless we fail that sideways to higher until that gets lost. Okay, let's see here. 724. Gotta get ready. All right, this is one. I have a feeling that the IB strat won't work today.
Hey, last time you said that, it was a banger. All the R's.
That just tells you guys I don't know what I'm doing, apparently. It's got to believe in it.
Did you watch Reading Rainbow at all growing up?
Bro,
Here we go.
why are you asking me if I read English books growing up, knowing I could barely pass CSL?
There's
I learned how to draw rainbows, not read.
there's translated a lot of the most popular shows were translated and aired in multiple countries, sir. I'll have you know. Lamar Burton is a saint. That's true. I think it was Celerio. Take a look. It's in a book, man.
Okay, so we have 4 minutes left. The IB strat will look to take short today because we are below the trend filter, which is the daily 9MA. We are, so the idea here is that I'm essentially looking to short a lower high against the high of the IB high and participate on an expansion move lower away from the IB. And I do that throughout time, of course, layering other rules in place, right, for different environments. That's pretty much the big picture view. I'm risking right now around 1,000 buckaroos on the personal account. Well, it should be a little bit higher.
RTY 30-minute structure still doing its thing. It was a big move up, but didn't change anything. Still in that flag pattern, actually, that we drew out a while ago.
Why not do that on the weaker ticker of the day, Chris? In this case, ES, because the strategy is a NQ strategy only. I don't know what the performance is like on the ES. I don't want to know what the performance is like on the ES because I know that the NQ will produce a higher return in an uptrend, and the strategy is a trend following strategy. It will produce a higher return because of the way tech and NQ moves. I'm essentially trading this AI boom that we're in, right? That's essentially what I'm doing with my day trades. So why would I, as a capital allocator, why would I want to allocate capital to a instrument that produces less for the same risk? To me, that doesn't make sense. If this is a hard enough game already, I want to get paid more for the risk that I'm taking while putting on less risk throughout time. What's my entry? My entry would be the break of a 9 MA higher low, which I can share once we form that. Oh, we have 30 seconds left. All right, lock in.
Lock it in.
Locked in.
Lock the F in, guys. Okay, so far we're just in a range. We're in the middle of the IB, so I don't think there's much. Actually, there is. If we lose this 827 low, oh shoot, what was it? Half of that, so 5 would be 3.
It is not bullish for the S&P 500 that they could not even wick through 7340s. It's not a bullish feature.
Oh no, 2 more.
Craig, I will start trading next month or quarter or whatever for any product, the next expiry, whenever a day ends with the volume being more in that next product. I don't pay attention to any roll dates on the calendar or when it's supposed to happen or whatever. I watch market participation. I watch the volume. And when the volume becomes higher in the next expiry, time to start trading that one. Keep it simple. You're very welcome. Do I have any tips on how to find the best up thrust or spring setups? I mean, look, a spring or up thrust pattern, the way I see trading and edge in general is that edge is incremental. That small pattern on a 1-minute time frame or whatever probably doesn't have much edge in it in itself. But when you pair it with where are we within the 30-minute structure and what does that tell us in terms of trade location or probabilities or whatever, when you layer it in with other things, that's when it becomes usable and powerful. And that goes for pretty much everything. Any tool, real robust trading edge is incremental. You have to layer in several small incremental edges. That's my belief. But in terms of what makes one better or worse, as long as that portion that's wicking through is not too choppy in terms of taking multiple bars and getting sideways, as long as it's swiftly through, it's high quality. So that'd be just about it. I don't have any indicator on my screen. The green blocks are from earlier. I had the chart on a 30-minute, and I said, this is my structure for the day right here. The Russell here has been range bound within this space, and that defines the structure, and that's why I've been looking for shorts, except for the stop run that I traded the long through those highs. I've been short only as we test off the upper edge of this 30-minute structure. It's not an indicator, it's just support resistance.
All right, so I'm short per the IB strat. We'll see if it works today or not.
Merritt, do you lean more mean reverting or trend following when trading the indices? Neither. I lean whichever way the wind's blowing. Just like my plan today, trading the Russell. It's range bound as long as it's within that structure. There's trend inside of that range bound 30-minute structure. If we break out of that 30-minute structure, then I'll go with the trend, right? So I don't care. I don't lean one way or the other. I simply seek to what we call trade what is. Not what I want to happen, not what should happen, not what might happen. I trade what is. And so if that's mean reversion, so be it. If that's going with a trend after a breakout, bring it on.
I am oversized, so I need to sell 3.
It is what it is.
All right, so we are still consolidating and attempting to push out higher. So I might take a -1R stop here.
I scratched out of the Russell here.
This is a 100-point stop. It is. That's why my contract size is small, 5 micros instead of like 20 or 25. So I don't think the first trade here will win, or not win, will work. So I'll take a stop here. And then we'll look to take it again on the next. Okay, so took stop. Oh. Now I'll have to wait for the next opportunity.
Little recap. So I think a lot of times this is helpful for the chat and some potentially good learning opportunities to see someone review, what they did in a little bit more detail. So 3 shorts. We had failed from here, had the kind of the impulse down, started to get into this kind of flaggy pattern, was looking for it to break. And so I took one, scaled, scratched, re-entered after we put in these wicks here. Again, it couldn't break this level down, so I got out really, really quickly. Then we put in an even bigger wick through these highs and everything, start to roll over. And I gave this trade room. Notice I didn't come out of this trade until here. I really gave it room, and I think it was appropriate for the situation. And then the little stop run. Remember, we came up to these highs. We started talking about how these highs were vulnerable to getting a stop run through them. Banged into a long out quickly, just taking it. It's just a scalp, just taking advantage of a small stop run. Remember, I didn't like the high that got put in right here, so I didn't want to short this. I said that would be aggressive, but too aggressive given the high. Then we wicked it and came through. I banged into the short. I scaled out of some, and then I just scratched out of the rest of it here. This market is doing a really crappy job at this point. Crappy, too pappy of going lower. And we continue to kind of come back up and knock on the door of this bigger 30-minute period structure. So that'll probably be it for me in terms of continuing to stay on with the short idea from this area. So yeah, that's the recap. That's what I've done. That's the thinking. Let me know if there's any questions, anything you want to walk through, but that's it.
Good wedge here. Right at the 50% of IB.
Balance area that we have drawn.
Am I still bearish on the IB strat? Yeah, we're still below the daily 9 MA. Like it'll take a lot for the strategy to change to bullish. Just gotta, continue pressing the buttons. More interested in swings.
Yeah, that's another good question, Mark. I would have loved to have taken a scale down at those lows. I was only in for 2 contracts, and so I had already taken the only scale that I had, and so I didn't have another scale to take. Nope, I'm not up 100K. I think I'm slightly down on the session. I'm down $400 on the session. Essentially, I've been shorting as the market's been grinding higher. $400 a very acceptable P&L for the lack of being right directionally. So we're holding in there just fine in terms of performance and good decision making for the session, and just down a touch. But to me, that's quintessential good trading, guys. When you're wrong on direction and you've got some decent timing and you get a couple scales and you're not down much after going kind of, let's call it 2 for 6, that's what allows you to survive as a trader. And then when you are right in terms of direction, you hit a few lucky doubles and triples and home runs, and that's where the P&L comes from. And then you go back to being wrong 60% of the time, like I am, and you tread water and you don't give back too much and you don't lose too much during those periods. That is real trading, period. The more you embrace that, the more relaxed you'll be able to carry yourself during those most of your time where you're in little small drawdowns and things like that. It's what it's all about. Can't stress that enough.
All right, so I am short again. And the stop would be 914.75.
I'd push back on you a little bit, BMR. Don't let your confidence hinge upon your last couple trades being winners or losers. That's kind of my point, is to not be that way. Really rise above that and just have a little bit more perspective on the ebbs and flows, and don't let it shake you in terms of confidence and whatnot. That's really important. Easier said than done. It's definitely something to strive for.
All right. Took the short again on the next failure here per the strat. Now to see if we actually have followed through.
Order filled.
2R is at 684.75. 684. And 684. All right, if it doesn't work, then we'll take another stop, and then that'll be it for the IB strat today. In these, remember guys, it's a trend following strategy. So when we're in these spaces between the daily 9MA and the 20 EMA, or just, inside sort of like a range, it's not going to perform as well. Like during March, April, beginning of May, phenomenal returns, right? Like 330% in just in those 2 months. So in this area, it can have mixed results until the next serious uptrend or serious downtrend.
Yep.
The Asia IB strat has been doing phenomenally though since we've topped, just shorting. So we'll see how both.
How'd you stumble into adding that to the repertoire?
So somebody in my group started back testing it, and they said it had produced really, really great results for January. So I said, okay, let me test it out myself. So I back tested it for this year from January until June. And yeah, it produced great results, 150% return so far this year, with the same, fixed risk.
150 though on what max drawdown?
Let me tell you. Let me pull it up. The max drawdown was from April 9th to the 29th, so 3 weeks, and it was a $4,900 drawdown on a $25,000 account. By that time in April, the account value was around $50,000. So let's say 10%. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that's a great return divided by max drawdown.
Yeah.
Little 15 ratio. Very strong.
Why not add filters to not trade in unlikely environments? Because those uncertain environments still produced good returns. It just had more stops.
If you over filter a strategy, you end up leaving none of the edge left. You have to endure the phases of a strategy that don't work but are still worth pursuing. I think a lot of people don't grasp that as fully as they should.
Yeah, you can't over optimize. Like if I'm up already 350% return, I'm okay. You know, I'm okay going through those stops. What do I need to optimize, you know, at that point when it has a 10% max drawdown and 300% return? Like that's crazy.
You are the market.
Chris, what is your other primary strategy? If you may not have seen it, I actually did a develop your edge segment on here last maybe 2 Wednesdays ago, where I talk about my strategy and how to create a daily morning plan and combine that. So, you know, please watch that. But apart from that, I'm a mean reversion trader. I look to engage at locations where we are at a strong pivot. It's either a pullback into support, maybe prior day low in an uptrend, and I'm looking to buy that via the 2-minute time frame. Essentially, what I like to do is I like to buy pullbacks on higher time frames with a 2-minute entry model and manage risk a little bit on that, but then look to trail to capture the higher time frame trend. What am I consider the Asian IB? It is the first hour from not 6-7 EST. It's 5 to 6 PST. So that would be 8 to 9 p.m. PST. EST, sorry, Eastern time. Yeah, the discretionary strategy is good. Don't need to change that.
Wedging here, aren't we?
Yeah, we're not doing much.
Waiting on the next tape bomb.
Oh, do I have the wrong stop? 6. $9.45. Come on, goes new lows. 9.45 is my stop. I'll just do that again. See if we can push down to new lows. Thanks, Candle Nerd. Do I take into account before you enter if the price is above or below the IB mid at 850? No. I do take into account something else, similar to what you're commenting, but not the 50% of the IB. Like if we're below the IB and we're at lows, then I can't engage. Because essentially, we're already moving away from the open and we're already having that expansionary move, right? I want to engage right inside that first hour because the move for that day hasn't happened yet. I mean, sometimes it has, and that day is just choppy and it's range bound and we're stuck inside the IB, right? But most of the time, we trend away from the IB. So if I can manage my risk smaller by engaging in the inside the IB, and then capture the move away from it, or away from it and into the IB high or IB low, right? I'm looking to capture that move. No, that is not good advice. You should not double your size if your first trade is a loser.
You should triple it.
How do I determine my targets? My targets are 2R, 4R, and 6R. Actually, 5R, because somebody in the group actually did a study and found that the last exit at 5R produced 11% more in the back test. So I might, transition to 5R on my last partial because of that. The data, you gotta follow the data. I didn't double my risk. No, my risk has to be the same. I have a position sizing indicator here on my trading view that I'm watching. It's around $1,000, my risk.
Order filled.
Oh, come on down to the price is right. All right, so got half off at 2R. Now the worst day for this strategy can be a minus 0.5R. I lost 1R on the first trade. I took half off at 2R on the second trade, which means if I get stopped out on the second trade, my day is just minus 0.5R. So I designed it to help me minimize my potential drawdown over time. That's why my drawdown is only 10%. Because my profit management and it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's looking to minimize my drawdown with how I take profits. I may not, know English very well, but my mathematics, it's a different story. Okay, so then 4R is at 511. So let's see if we make it down there, huh? I'll look to buy 2 more. I'll look to buy 2 out of the 3 that I'm short at 511. I'll look to take, for the prop accounts, I could only put 2 contracts each account. So I'm gonna have to close it all if we get to 4R, which is at 511. All right.
Sorry, what'd you call bag life? I missed it. So I've also gotten scaled out here, similar to Chris.
Oh yeah, brother.
I'm cool too.
Hey guys, look at me. I'm Merritt.
This time it's a little bit better scale because it's into this kind of lower edge of this flag that we're struggling to break. And so it's nice to get some risk off into that. See if we get lucky on the core. I hope it doesn't go. You did call that bag life. Good call. Did you trade it though?
Yeah, we can call things all we want, but yeah, put on risk. We become I don't want to say it. All right, come on down to the price is right.
Yo. Good morning, guys.
Hey, gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
Morning, ladies.
Whoa.
We going through transition. I was
Bob Barker's feeling confident today, apparently.
Does the mustache not tell you I'm male?
I don't know,
but the soul patch does.
Merritt, you look like you're at the country club. About to play a round of golf, buddy?
I'm out at the lake down in Alabama.
Nice. What lake would that be?
Lake Wilson.
Doing some fishing?
We did yesterday. Just caught some brim.
Oh, so you went fishing, but you still ate fish at a gas station?
Yeah.
That fried catfish coming right out of the microwave is real good from Alabama.
Yeah.
What kind of gas did they use for that fish?
Pure diesel.
How you guys doing this morning? Any trades?
I'm long oil right now. Is the only thing I got on. I was back and forth in these indexes. Nice short for you guys, but yeah, I took some longs, took some shorts in the indexes. Got a couple partial targets and then stops. I haven't really caught a runner in the indexes yet, but I actually kind of like the oil structure a little better here than the indexes. I mean, now that we're obviously falling lower here, I do think in the way this market's set up, I don't know how low you guys think we're going on a higher time frame, but boy, it's not looking pretty out there.
Yeah, I had some good scalps. I don't know what this is trying to do. ES tried to get out of its bearish trend. It was fighting with like 19, and then it was fighting with 13. Both were like the lower ends of where I would consider trying to like retrace back to weekly VWAP. And look at Mr. 600 guy. Wow, that's a lot of lots. Holy crap. But yeah, then some dude just came in and stepped on it.
Wait, is that bullish or bearish?
No, I don't know, but it's 1,000 lots hanging out here being traded. So it's a lot. It's a lot of lots for NQ to have that get put in. So
it's level 2, Chris. You wouldn't understand.
This is either
true.
Chris is still on level 1.
Chris, don't try to troll me. You know I don't have a market bias based on arresting orders. But yeah, it's just a shitload. It's worth pointing at. It's like you know, if you see something weird on the side of the road, you're like, look at that. It's like that.
Look at that. Look at that guy eating fish from the gas station, something like that.
I mean, dude, I've eaten weirder stuff than fish from a gas station. That's for sure.
What's weirder than that?
What's weirder than fish?
No, I mean at a gas station. I mean, sure, I'll eat fish, but not at a gas station.
It's an ex-gas station that was converted into a restaurant.
Okay, so this is a real thing. I thought Chris was joking. You actually did.
You were pumping gas, and you're like, you know what? That fish on the window looks good. Let me walk in and eat some while I fill this tank up.
No, it's actually really good.
There was
that hunger strikes.
There was a time when I was in France by myself, and I had only enough money to afford a can of mystery meat and a half a loaf of bread and a small tube of mustard, and that is probably the weirdest thing I ever ate from a gas station.
Now, why did you end up in France with such little shekels?
I mean, dude, it's DIY or die, baby. You gotta, you don't just fall flat face first into a music career that pays your bills. You got to start on the low side.
You described my childhood with that that meal you had.
It was weird. It's unlike I've never had anything like it either. Like it wasn't spam and it wasn't ham. It was a mystery all around, to be honest with you.
Probably some like some sardines, and some clams or something like that.
So it's the leftovers of the tuna can. That's what they don't put in the tuna can.
Tasted like desperation, Merritt. That's what it tasted like.
Good story though.
Thank you.
Those are always good. Good to share the pit fire.
Well, guys, I got to hop off. I got lake stuff to do.
All right.
I bet you do.
Be careful. Wear a life jacket.
Will do.
All right.
Take care.
All
See you,
right.
Chet. Chris,
Hey, later,
Jack, see you,
Merritt.
everybody.
You guys enjoy your sesh, right? Take care, all.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
You. Howdy, Stowe.
Good morning, Jack. What's up?
Yo, where were you in the competition, bud?
Dude, I didn't qualify.
Oh, shut up.
I didn't.
Really?
I don't think. Yeah.
I thought everybody qualified for on the team.
I don't think so. I think you had to make like top 10% or whatever. I don't know.
They didn't read me the rules. I just assumed. There we go. About to get the second target here in MCL. At least I'm close. About 6 ticks. Enough volatility though to pop it here. Hopefully in the next 5 minutes.
You gonna hold this previous day low?
Move my stop up. But yeah,
I got short ES there. All right, I got 3 off. That's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up for some limits above us in the indexes if we get a pop.
It's pretty
what?
I don't know. Like that was pretty aggressive what I just tried to do, and I don't know. It's never that clean around the IB. I'm just trying. Sorry, talking to myself like an idiot.
It's called a staff meeting when you're a trader.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying. I have lower targets. I would like to see ES hit its overnight low or overnight high. NQ is doing different things for sure. We are still extremely long off that. I mean, we rallied 100 points off of that very, very large market participant down there. So I'm trying to have that in the back of my mind while I still see ES trying to press on this. And I guess that's where my mind is at the moment. NQ Dom is kind of hard to watch today also. When the spread gets big, it gets a little too quick. So I'm losing. My edge is a little dull.
A little dull, eh? JT Ripper, kind of like my nickname, Jack the Ripper. Yeah, I'm watching it the halfway back from the most recent swing low.
Whoa.
69.95. So I will be watching that. I do think there's a pretty good chance we're going to get down to that full 50% retracement if this keeps up. So that's a bit of ways away. I don't like to think 200 points out on a intraday trading basis because it's kind of irrelevant currently.
Did a ton there.
200 points in the NQ is a drop in the pan.
Yep, there it goes.
We just got short the ES here. See if we can get a continuation lower. If we're gonna gold, man, I don't know how I missed that fill in gold. It was like on the tick. I basically had a limit order on that low, and I did not get filled.
Sure wish my candles would catch up.
Gold getting new high here. I just realized I had the wrong order in ES. Got a little bit ahead of myself by a few points. See if we can get a rejection here. This is the 50% retracement here in the ES at 91.5 and the most recent swing high at 1035. About the same point, 1035 high to low. In the NQ and ES, this is where sellers should step back in if we're going to continue lower. But yeah, one of the things I like to look for is, if we can, until we can get a daily close above the mid in both the ES and the NQ, which today the ES would be right around 73.30 and the NQ is above, if we were to close the day above 28,829. I just think that higher time frame can remain, actively selling into pressure.
Ooh, big lift. Huge lift.
All right, let's get this new high here in CL.
Wow.
We're lifting.
Okay. Cool. I got long there.
Sweep below the lows, no continuation so far, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but this was good enough for me to hop into, just for at least a little scalp. I see we have another guy up here at 93 now, thousands. This was immediately chomped up. So just going to watch.
Yeah, I'm expecting new lows into lunch, to be honest, and then maybe a reversal. I'd like to see that Tuesday low taken out before a rally, a bigger rally. We can still run all the way back up the highs here, though. I mean, in this volatility, there's just been, I mean, yesterday, primarily to the downside. Today, drive up, drive lower. I do think we'll have a little bit more of a balance than we saw yesterday. Today, it's just looking like so far, but
yeah.
Let's see what else is moving here on my scanner. I was checking earlier. It looked like YM and Russell were actually performing a little better than the ES and viewer, which I thought was interesting.
Trying to see if this is refreshing behind. It doesn't appear to be. Let's see what happens if we get to that 93 guy. NQ is fighting with its RTH open, which was really good support. If it can clear this 52, nice, good. You have to stack up behind it to get more. You gotta want it. Yeah, it's definitely decision point right here, whether we're gonna continue lower or retrace this value.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Yes, Gianni. The spread over there is rough. And this is what we talk about when we get into like when the volatility picks up. You have to remember, and a lot of people don't know this, NQ and MNQ are two completely different products. They trade with they're just very different things. Think about them like two opposite things. I mean, you should. All right, that 93 guy pulled, and now he's up at 97. So this is liquidity pulling off. I'm going to continue to hold with this aggressive buyer. I'm counter trend at the moment, but I can't ignore that aggression that was down there. So, and this is not a trendy profile to the downside at the moment. Sorry. Trying to say two things at the same time. But anyways, MNQ and NQ are two different things. They have different liquidity. So when orders come in, even though they track the same things, there can be difference in prices and stuff like that. So
I'm going to join you on the buy side here. Just put a limit in the ES for a little pullback, 87.75. See if we can continue to. We didn't get the push down where I wanted us to. Look below and fail right now.
I got to pull up this high time frame. I also took 2 days off and just watched, so I need to not act like an idiot today, as per my instructions to myself.
Don't act like an idiot. That's always great advice.
I try.
I have printed out on every one of my monitors that every trade matters. Sometimes I think
it's very good. I like
get
that.
in the habit of just like putting a trade on, like you're just kind of taking mediocre trades, like they don't matter, but every trade matters. So it's always important to stay on the ball and maybe take some time off when you want a couple days off, not feeling it. Maybe had a losing day, whatever. Local, what time usually start looking for day trading opportunities? Honestly, I mean, I'm at my desk basically every day, like before 8 o'clock Central. but I don't necessarily have a rule of waiting. I do prefer entries. Like if we're at, let's say I have like 2 support levels that I'm looking for in a long bias going into the morning. If we trade one of those support levels, at let's say 9:35, first 5 minutes, I actually prefer support levels or resistance levels to be around the 9:45 and 9:55 time frame, just because that opening move can often just be straight one way, so you don't want to fade it. And I'm a limit order trader, so I don't typically market in. So I definitely don't want to be looking to limit into an opening drive before, like, at least there's that initial push, whether it's up or down. So if I would say anytime in the morning, like I'm at my desk early, sometimes sometimes if I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is 5 o'clock Eastern, I'll start looking at that time. I don't really have like, hey, I got to wait for it this time. And then it also depends on the time frame I'm trading. Like this ES level I'm trading right now is a 1 minute sequence. Like I'm looking at, really, I know I'm showing a 5 minute, but I'm looking at a 1 minute entry off that. And then the 5 minute is, I think, the best entry time frame for me. But sometimes when you have like really fast movement, like we have right now, where you're skipping bars, you got huge moves, you can trade. I can trade smaller time frames, and it also tightens my risk up when I'm trading a 1 minute chart versus a 5 minute chart. The 5 minute ATR right now in the Nasdaq's 163 points, or that's how I calculate it, and the 1 minute is 76. So I mean that's a lot. 76 on the 1 minute. Those are big moves.
This was a good spot. This 28.99 guy showed up, 500 lots on NQ. Again, it's a lot, but this is a good DOM sequence to watch for at bid, at ask. The way that this was filled, if you can replay this, or if you're just a DOM person, this is, big sweep to fill it all and nobody around it. So this is huge aggression through it, and now we're building up here. So this is spot to watch, and you see this 89 guy come in. So this, we need to see continuation on NQ for the ES long. How did it just hit the fucking view up though? I don't know. I feel like it's tricking me on both sides. So I'm gonna chill and stay small.
It's often what the market does, right? Well, like even that sweep down lower, trap some shorts, maybe liquidate longs, and then immediately start a bid out of that. Undercover, how do you, this is to me and Stowe, hey Jack Stowe, how do you get rid of initial beliefs you brought into trading, like self-doubt because you think you can't make much due to your previous relationship with money? I got into trading so young that I don't think I really had like core beliefs. My beliefs were more unrealistic, that like, hey, like I can do this no matter what. I think that's kind of the belief I had when I first started trading. I didn't really have like self-doubt. And in fact, I had probably an exorbitant amount of confidence, higher than my skill level at the time would have presented. But I know there's like psychological books about like personal relationships with money that would probably do you a lot more than any advice I could give personally.
I think a lot of it just has to do with, you need to do radical shit. Like you need to have radical self-confidence. You need to have like abnormal levels of anything in order to be a successful trader. Like this is an impossible game, and people who get good at it and stay good at it, like these are people that can do impossible things. So number one, if you're even trying to trade, you already believe that you can do impossible things. And I'm not trying to get too Goggins right now, but like I believe anybody can be exceptional in this world, no matter what they try to do. I believe that everyone is at a place where they can turn into a 1%er, an exceptional person. That's not always tied to money, because, lots of people, they get lucky and they start with money. They inherit money. They fall face first into a pile of shit and come up with dollar bills in their mouth. There's many analogies for different kinds of people. But if you can find a way to define your success for yourself in a way that you can see yourself becoming exceptional, just realize it and do it, man. That's all you need.
Yeah.
F them.
There's a good recommendation here. Jared Tendler's book, The Mental Game of Trading, great book. Obviously, he comes on this show and does some stuff too, so recommend his book and also the series that NinjaTrader offers with him as well. Just that's probably one of the best books that I've read on the mental side of trading.
Yeah, Mia's right. Also, you are your thoughts. You are your thoughts. So, like, don't let that shit get in your head. Put the good stuff in your head.
Yeah, even on the bad days.
Yeah. There's lots of stuff you can tell yourself to get through anything. Like, there's no, you're never going to meet a hater that's doing better than you are. Think about that. Anytime somebody comes at you from the wrong side, you're never going to meet a hater that's doing better than you are.
Yeah. And part of that reason is just like, if you are like just, somebody who hates on other people, that think about that. That's my second target there in the ES stop move to break even. That is where if, you spend your time just like thinking and trashing other people, like your thoughts are just generally negative. They're not even about yourself, but they're just about, you just have doubting. You should root on other people's successes. Like, are you the type of person that cheers when your friends win? Or are you the type of person that knocks your boys down when you see them doing well? I mean, that's a personal question everybody can answer, but I've seen people on both sides of the coin, people that are happy for you and people that really, they're not happy for you. And that's their own inner voice speaking out. And so, you definitely got to fix that. There's nothing that'll humble you more than the markets. If you're an angry person and you find yourself with a short temper, you're not going to stick around this market for a long period of time because
Yeah, this thing will kill your brain if you're a person with a temper. Yeah.
Not a good thing.
Not a good mix.
Yeah.
I don't. It's making progress. They keep stacking liquidity higher. I'm not gonna add. This is my own self-talk. I'm not gonna add because we're still counter trend before under 73.13. But in case we can get out of this thing and go look at this liquidity at the highs, I'm gonna hold these two. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tuck them right here. And that's what I'm gonna be up to. All right, I feel good. I feel good about that.
Let's go. I'm 2/3 off here on this tiny little. So like I said, that trade was taken off of 1 minute. So like, my targets are not going to be, they're just like aggressive, quick bangers, like look pretty small risk, move stops to break even quickly. It needs to work right away or I'm out. So if I can get 2/3 of my position off, which is ideally what I want to do every single trade, my stop goes to break even and look for that final kicker, then just take another one. There's markets that with harder trends which I don't, the harder trend is to the downside, but I don't think there's really a hard trend to the downside here today. There was, on Friday, there was some hard trends on Tuesday in both directions. But right here today, I think we got a little bit more of a balanced structure. So I adjust my strategies based on my anticipation of, how I feel like the market's set up. Like when we were ripping, when you're up on the month, up on the week, up on the day, and you're trying to short the market, not a good idea. When you're down on the month, down on the week, down on the day, well, that's just a simple way to look at the trend. It's literally down on, every type of candle you could possibly look at. So just being aware of those market types and how you want to trade them. Yeah, CL being a little rascal coming close to my target. But
rascal's a good word for crude. I'd also think about it like if it's easier to reframe, just take the word money out, right? Just start saying freedom. Like, I deserve to have freedom. I believe that. My kid deserves for me to have freedom. This turkey sprained her ankle on Monday at summer camp. They called me, and I'm like, yeah, I'll be right there. And that's not a reality for most parents. Like, most parents can't do that. Most parents, like, some parents get written up for leaving their job early. Like, I have an infinite amount of freedom. I have an infinite amount of blessings, but I deserve those things because, you know, I walk through this world trying not to be a dick. You can come up with any reason that you want, but just think about it like that. It's not necessarily about money. It's about the life that this can afford you. And if you give it the respect that it deserves, I think most people can walk out of this thing with at least some freedom.
Yeah, but you also got to be prepared to put in the work, you know. Somebody else asked the question, do you journal your trades? To be honest, at this point in my career, I do not journal every single trade. I take I'd be journaling all day instead of trading. I have a system, a full system built. So if anything, like there's certain things I will just be aware of, like if just journaling something as simple. A journal is just a record that you can look back on to determine whether or not you're even doing is correct. Right. And you could, if you were to journal something as simple as, you know, your bias at the beginning of the day, neutral, bearish, bullish. I mean, there's that poll on NinjaTrader almost every single morning when I log in. What's your bias on the day? You could even journal that and then ask yourself, if you had a bullish bias in the day and 70% of your trades were short, there's an issue there, you know, or maybe, you know, you gave a reason to flip, like, hey, well, I'm bullish, but if we take out, you know, and stay below the opening range after the first hour, I'm going to flip bearish. But I personally am, I mean, as a day trader, like, you know, I'm taking upwards of, I mean, in these markets, like maybe 15 trades a day. Like, I'm not writing all this down. I'm not, you know, like.
I think it gets, I think that the entire idea of journaling your trades comes from possibly a different kind of trader than those who are like extremely discretionary, like what we are up to. At least for myself, because I have taken maybe 55 round trips today, but I've had what I would consider to be 2 ideas, maybe like 2.5 as this idea is evolving. And the first idea was that we were going to break out of this 73.19 to 13-ish area and head towards the weekly VWAP on a trend. That failed. And then I had this second idea, which is, well, maybe we need to spend more time here at this spot where this buyer was. And also I was going off of NQ. NQ was holding its RTH open down here. So this became more of a, all right, I think we're going to create a balance down here day. Let me play to the other side of balance. So this trade worked great. I made it to the other side of balance with my core. I got off my last lot off at 18, and then we retraced to the other side of balance. I tried to buy it again. That stopped working. So then the second trade's dead. Then I got short down here for continuation and saw this insane buyer show up, and then I bought it again. So 2.5 ideas, 50 executions. How the hell do I write that down, right? I'm just going to write down the ideas and make sure that I manage risk properly with those ideas.
One thing I do is I make a video every morning, and it's just an analysis video. So, I mean, it's a video journal. I literally have videos almost every single morning, except when I'm basically not trading, going back to maybe 2017.
That's cool.
So, you know, I mean, even if nobody's watching, feel free to record yourself so at least you can remember like what your thoughts were in the morning. You know, a lot of times you have a really good trade plan, but you don't follow it. But if you have a record of it, in a video record of it, or if you like writing, feel free to write it down. It's easier for me to just record it than it is for me to write all my theories down, because it's a bunch of if-then statements, right? Trading's like, if we go here, then we do this. All right, stopped out on the break even here in ES, but I'm going to try just one more step lower here.
I like this question. Did you guys ever work a job? Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. Panera Bread. I worked at Quiznos.
Hell yeah, that's a good one.
Dude, love that place.
Dude, Quiznos is great.
Dude, I mean, it had its like heartbreak for a while where they like lost a bunch of stores, but man, I was 15 or no, I think I was 15 or 16 when I had that job, and that, God, what year would that have been? That'd been like 2006 or something. But I've never worked a corporate job.
Yeah, same.
I have no idea. I'm not built for that.
I've worked a million jobs. None of them were a corporate job.
Yeah, I'd be canceled too quickly.
My 15, 16-year-old job was Arby's, which was fun. It was cool. Used to bum cigarettes off the guy that was on work release from jail. So that was fun. What else? I worked at Chipotle in college.
You bummed it off the dude that had nothing to his name.
Yeah, well, he got cigarettes for free because they were provisioned back then in the 90s, dude. They used to give you cigs in jail.
No way.
Yeah. And he was like, I mean, they were bad. They were like they were like the Seneca Pros or whatever.
I would love to know what lobbyists pushed that into the, we're going to somehow give out cigarettes for free. Probably takes the edge off. Maybe it reduced fights. There was probably some studies in there that have reduced violence in the courtyard if people were just allowed to rip a heater.
Dude, that guy was cool. He had sick tattoos, to tell you what. That was... what are that guy's doing?
The cobwebs and the tears on the eye.
Yeah. No, he had a skull with a mohawk, I remember specifically, with a knife through the skull. I remember being like, this is the coolest man I'm ever going to meet in my entire life.
Yeah.
It's too much detail to my stories. I need to start making these a little harder to believe. But yeah, I've worked the job. Yeah.
I've had work before. I don't know many traders that have never worked. I mean, how would you never I don't know. I actually don't know if I know a single one that's never worked any form of a job. Like, unless you were literally if your dad was maybe in finance and decided to give you money and just keep funding your account while you blew it and learn how to trade, like maybe. I don't know anybody like that.
That seems like a nice gig.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's actually a bad place to be, to have a bunch of money and learn how to trade, because it's a lot easier to lose a few $1,000s a few times than it is to lose a couple $100,000. God, I've heard nightmares of people, starting accounts with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and unfortunately trading with the confidence that they had in whatever previous job they earned that money. There's the first target there in the ES. Let's see if I can get that second. So, I mean, just that trade in the ES, more aggressive level, 2 targets off, stop move to break even, still want to buy it just a little lower. So I get stopped out, break even on the 1/3, re-enter the position, 1/3 off, just completely mechanical.
Did you add there too?
So I actually got stopped out and then re-entered a full position lower. Just got my target hit there in CL, order the next one. So my stuff is pretty, at this point in my career, pretty partially automated / mechanical. Just show up and click a couple buttons. Yeah, I've heard about that, like people teaching their kids how to trade. I've actually had a couple of my students teach their kids how to trade, which I think is like the ultimate compliment when somebody's like, hey, I learned from you and now I want my kid to as well. You're like, awesome. Love to hear that. Nobody in my family trades though. I don't know about you. How about you, Stowe? You got any family members?
Good Lord.
Yeah.
No, my fam is a fade. Tell you what.
What's a fade?
A fade, like you're like, hey, should I figure out how to buy some like petroleum stocks? I'm like, okay, cool. So crude's coming down. Good to know. Or
A fade.
A
I see,
fade,
I see.
yeah.
Yeah,
I need to invest in a silver mine. I'm like, okay, cool. Looks like that's the top for silver. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true about the general public. No, that is actually such a good indicator. I also know when a bottom's in the market when I get people to start texting me, hey, what do you think right now? I'm like, oh yeah, we are near the low. It is getting to the public. That's it. That's it. Top's a little harder to call.
Yes.
But just because the market just kind of goes up, but
getting wiggly. Trying. I see up there.
Yeah, pump it up, baby. What are you in from? 90s?
The average is 90, yeah. I put 5. I either put 5 or there you go. Come on, baby. Pew. Take one off there. Yes, I must have put 5 on at 91.50.
Nice.
I just took that off, so that average is reflective now of what that should be. I am gonna need to for sure go outside after looking at this NQ Dom today. It is extra. I don't know, brain intensive when it's this thin.
I mean, what was that opening drive? Like 400 points in like
Yeah.
30 minutes? Like, okay, just that's it. You got to size down. I don't care who you are.
I haven't been able to. I tried to trade MNQ, and that thing was moving so fast. I was like, okay, I can't get away with anything. Like I'm just guessing because I'm not a limit trader. I just mark it in, and it's when it's moving like that, I can't.
Yeah. How do you?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
at 1 minute candles, 100. I mean, we've had a few. I mean, give me a look at this chart here. I mean, well, 106 today, 70. You know, these are 1 minute candles we're talking about. Just insane. Yeah. Also, I just find I make when I'm limit order trading, I would love to premeditate my entries versus like anytime I find myself dragging orders into the market or market order trading, I'm just behind the curve. I'm not doing my price analysis. Here comes my second target here in the ES, and my stop is going to just go to break even. There you go. My stop break even again. So, you know, I mean, you want to talk about trade management, you can watch back the last 30 minutes in a trade, 2/3 out, stop break even, new entry lower, full size position, 2 targets, stop break even, just same thing, just over and over, just show up and do it.
We gotta put some Dre. I need some Dre. Let's go. I need some Dr. Dre. I'm listening to sad country music trying to trade this fast tape right now. It's not doing anything for me.
Dr. Dre said, alrighty. This Thursday is feeling like a Friday to me.
I agree. I was thinking that exact same thing, dude. Big range expansion.
I'll bring my gold over because this CL isn't getting filled here, but this is my gold position right now. Gold's been moving with the indexes. We have taken out the low of the year in gold here this week. So it'll be interesting if that ends up being a higher time frame liquidity sweep, something I think pay attention to. We had that collapse coming out of the hyper run in January, and we have just taken out that weekly low. And so far today, we've been bidding out of the lows. I mean, nothing to write home about. But out of the lows here this morning, rallying. CL just continuing to go here. Just get my first target here. Actually, I only have 2. Actually, I already got my first target in. I believe I already got my first target in GC. This is going to be my second target. But yeah, I think gold should make a run up to 41.70 here over the next 24 hours.
Ooh, baby, we're going to get that guy? Because this guy 12. I'm liking it. This is good. This is good for us. Build here, push off through 99s, and start to build higher above 7,300. I would like to get to the top of this. Don't know if it's going to happen, though.
Little trend bar there on the 5 minute, and yes, that's a good sign. You see these 3 blue bars. Those are all trend bars. I refer to them as they're bullish indicators based on my data set. So I like to see that. I want to be on the side of the trend bars. Move this out of the way. My oscillator is kind of in the middle, which is a little more neutral. There's my target. And
see what happens when we get here.
All out in the ES, set up for the next trade. Second target hit there in gold. So stop break even in gold now. Final target's going to be up at 41.
We got an iceberg in front of them. 1175 appears to be an iceberg.
So we're going to get a runner here.
All right, so iceberg filled. That was filled. I'll take one in front of it. I don't want to be a D for a T. I will watch to see. There we go. Interesting.
MG, I use a few things for entries, fibs. I use what I refer to, as leg starts, which are the white dots you see on my screen, kind of determine direction. I have my analysis bias, and then I also have my oscillator bias. So right now my oscillator is the most recent move is up. So I try to trade on the side of my oscillator. Oftentimes, if I find myself getting stopped out multiple times, I'm probably trading on the wrong side of my oscillator. So first is bias, second is entry, third is trade management. So which way do you think we're going? Where do you want to get in? And then how are you managing that position? Well, about to run up here to 90. What just hit 91s? Nice freaking $2 move out of Lowe's and CL.
Guys, try to answer the questions from the chat. What do you got? What do you want? Jay Henson's.
Who said that?
How pressing was this question? We were trading, baby.
I've answered like every question that's come across.
I didn't see it. All right. You officially have my attention for the next 12 minutes. So hit me with it, Jay Henson's. Hey, good morning, Vibes Traders. My goodness. Is that a rebrand? Charles, I watch the mini for everything on the DOM. I don't watch micro liquidity on the DOM. Mark, you can go to vibestraders.com. My playbook's up there. Same with XYs, Leos, everybody's. Knicks. Marlon Craft. Okay, Mr. Joseph. I do like New York
It's a good week for the Knicks, huh? It's a good week to be a Knick. Knicks are winning.
I heard about that comeback.
I might change my name to Nick.
NinjaTrader, those links might be bad. I need to redo my link tree. I've been lazy building this damn journal.
So as long as
but that's right. East Coast for life. Just kidding. I like Dre. I like Snoop.
My goodness, oil heading back to highs of the day. Thing is a rocket right now.
Mr. Butters, assuming you're talking about a gunshot wound from trading, I would say the best thing you can do is find a 15-minute urge surfing guided meditation on YouTube and go outside and sit on a piece of grass in the sun with some headphones on and listen to that shit and realize that it ain't that big of a deal.
Mind over matter. I use my timer if I'm really just don't think about it. Just set it.
It's the DRE.
Go do your laundry. Go make your bed.
Yeah, dude. There's not. I mean, yeah. You got a kid. You know the laundry never sleeps.
Yeah.
Endless.
Like you've gone through 3 t-shirts today, kid.
Don't start smoking cigs. It's really bad for you.
Unless you can get them for free, they're better.
Well, if you're 16, you can smoke some cigs. Your body's got some time. I can't. I'm 41. I can't be smoking cigs anymore. So you got.
Those days are over.
Yeah. I wish I could smoke cigs forever. I loved smoking cigs, but can't do it, man.
All right, here. Re-entered again after pulling targets, but
I am 41.
90, 10-point stop.
I'm almost as old as Leo.
Oh, you'll never catch up to him.
Never.
It's just a math thing. Is Leo the oldest streamer? I mean, of the people that get on here. I mean, I know there's other people.
In the world.
In the world, yeah. Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh my God, he was so.
I don't mean it like that, but
that's funny. It just cracks me up because he was catching so much shit the other day. I don't know. Somebody asked me a real question. I'm sorry I missed it. I was laughing. Oh, is my DOM from OFL? No. This is the DOM. It's there's links to it around. It's on Leo's thing. It's called the free DOM. There should be like a NinjaTrader link for it. But I don't think it's an OFL thing. It's just a free indicator. Add-on. Extension. I don't know. One of those things.
Got my first target up here at 68 for the NQs. See if we get a push. Still just stacking, not taking out any of these little swing lows we got just yet.
Yep.
There was definitely some selling in the last 5 minutes, but I don't concern myself too much with one candle at a time. There's my first target in NQ. I'm definitely going to leave this stop out. The stop does not need to be as low as it is. Leave it below the swing low.
NAFO 357. If you use, you need level 2 data in order for any depth of market tool to make sense. So you can use it with a prop firm, but you need to have level 2 data either connected via a cash account that you have through Ninja or through the prop firm itself. A lot of them offer level 2 data for an extra 40 or 50 bucks a month, or you can just buy it from Ninja if you have a cash account, whatever you want to do. But I mean, you can have a DOM without level 2, but you won't see anything. So there's not really any reason to have it, in my opinion. No, Frank, it's thin for sure. I mean, this is just my own dumb thing, but when ES is in the, like, you see the resting liquidity in the 20s, like that's thin. My comfort zone is when it's in like 40s and 50s. That's perfect. When it gets to hundreds, that's a summertime nightmare. So, but yeah, this is thin. This is like Globex thin.
Do you ever compress your dome?
I do not. Nope. XY does 4 tick on NQ. I keep NQ open. I don't like. I've done the compression thing. It squishes it for me. It doesn't snap as much when it's doing. I don't know. Just
Gotcha.
I don't get the same. I don't get the same vibe.
We're at the middle of yesterday's range in the NASDAQ right now, so this is definitely a battle zone.
Is gold still selling off? Oh my God, that's so funny. I should have I'd taken out a home equity line of credit and shorted gold with all my heart.
You only can do that once.
I had
Don't
the
bet
most
the house, Stowe. Come on.
I had the most ridiculous alpha ever. Did you hear about this?
No.
There was some, all right, I've said it twice to the chat. I don't want to repeat it too hard, but it was so funny. There was this new commercial on my sports talk radio station that basically the theme of the commercial is to try to convince old people that the government is insolvent and they should put all their money in gold and silver via this company that's doing the commercial. And I'm like, there's no way that the gold doesn't sell to zero from here if these are the kinds of commercials that are going on. And it has done nothing but sell ever since. So I just find that funny when dumb stuff like that happens.
Probably was at like 2 a.m. late night TV when everybody's just paranoid, can't fall asleep, starts worrying.
Those are the kinds of commercials that are on sports talk radio.
So predatory.
Yeah, man. This commercial was so crazy. I was like, this has to be illegal somehow.
It should be. Just hit my gold target, final target there. Gonna take another position at 41.05 half if it gets down there.
Yeah, this is the resting liquidity over here. This is resting offers on the far right, and this is resting bids on the far left. I've got pull stack in between, and then the at bid, at ask is there as well. This is just level 2 data, just shows you this. Nothing fancy. Any depth of market tool, when you have level 2 data on, will show you the resting liquidity up and down. It's the book, baby. Sure, no problem. Did that guy who said, please answer my question, ever ask this question again? Because I got lost in the sauce. All right, I ain't going to worry about it. Whoops.
Might have to turn on the live chat instead of the top chat. Maybe that's why I'm missing questions.
Oh, dude, mine's on top chat too. Oh no. Maybe I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
That's weird. Oh, Chad, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. My bad.
Hey, guys.
Jim, I'm doing rookie streamer moves over here. I had it on top chat, not live chat.
Yeah, that's a rookie move, man.
Did they just switch that? That's weird.
I just noticed this last week, so I've been.
Oh, it always defaults to top chat.
All right.
I want to know how you get put on the bottom chat. Like, what do you have to do to get thrown in the back of the bus?
Our community's too good. There's no bottom chat.
Okay.
Oh man. Anyway, Stowe, I had a bad vibe score today.
I saw. Good job standing down. You get yourself a little trophy when you check that stand. I stood down today, Box.
I did. I stood down today. I didn't make one trade neck on it. My brothers made a surprise visit to town, and well, that ended up going out.
Yep. Dude,
late.
if you ain't feeling it, it's better to save the headache because your P&L is going to reflect it. I mean, we all know that. So
I almost called Shab, called in sick, said, "Hey Shab, I got the flu or something."
or something.
Or something. She could have been on to me.
Oh yeah, Shab ain't no, I don't know. She would have known.
Pull the wool over her eyes at all.
Yes.
No. Any event. Great job, you guys, today. Let's do a little recap here on, you guys both have open positions, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your strategy going forward here?
Everything you see on my screen.
So you're not moving anything? There's no time limitations?
I'm not moving anything. And if we do start breaking down here and I'm taking out of both these positions, I'll probably just wait an hour or so, because that'll just mean that we've either going into a consolidation phase or maybe back to lows. Okay. If we can't continue this bid from here. So
I got it. Stowe, how about you, man?
Yeah, I'm probably done. If this is going to be a balanced day, I assume this is going to stop me out here, actually. There's final two. I've traded this like 4 times. I've made money. I think I'm offside, scalping against the trend. So I think if this stops me out, I'm gonna be done.
Yeah, we're at halfway back from lows right here in the ES, which is 68, or sorry, not 68, 88 half. So definitely want to see this middle of the last leg up hold from this area.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I do have a limit in gold at 41.05 half that is about to trade as well.
Holy Moses. Look at this spoof. Now that's a spoof, folks.
They're spoofing it off the long.
Dude, that's insane.
I want to see it. That's where I want to see it.
At 96, that was, dude, straight to jail.
That's an offense. You can
I
get
know.
trouble with that.
Did you see them lighting that up? Did you see it on your dom? Because that was crazy.
I didn't.
They flashed and took off 1,000 lots at least 15 times. And I'm not even a guy that complains about spoofing, but that was annoying.
Man, oh man. No,
yeah.
Oh man. In any event, great job, you guys, today. Let's give these two a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before I let you two go, this afternoon, we have an early start. We're starting, Shai is going to do her afternoon update at 1:30 instead of 2, so a half an hour early today. And then we have a special event, the macro trade with Craig Shapiro and Samantha Leduc.
Yeah.
That's at 1:30, so be sure you tune in for that. And then trading the close is XYZ, Selma, and Leo today. Unless, of course, Leo sends some substitute here. We don't know. He sometimes does that. So, all pretty good. In any event, gentlemen, am I going to see you tomorrow, Stowe?
Yes. Is tomorrow Friday?
I'm not seeing you, though, right, Jack?
No, they give me Fridays off.
Oh, man, you're lucky.
Let's go.
Oh, my bad. So anyway, you guys, Jack, you have a great weekend. Stowe, I will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, brother.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to do a quick edge report and the morning stream.
Sounds good. Take care. Thanks, guys. See you, Jack.
Later.
All right, let's take a look at gold. Gold is an interesting phenomenon today. Up until, well, not up until I did that. I went to Edge Full. Checked out what are the look back percentages for initial balance breakout, because when I looked at it just a couple minutes ago, and it was a 77.19% chance that we're going to have a single break of the initial balance, and we just had that right before I got online here, and that was at 41.143. There's a 16.54% chance based on a 6-month look back, based on a wick on a 10-minute candle, that we're going to have a double break, which would require a print below 40.72.9. So the odds are in favor of a single break. We just had that single break. I thought that was interesting. Now we're only at 86% of the 34 a day average range right now. Our daily range today was 92.3. The 34-day average range is 107.4. So in theory, there's some more room to grow. Now, this is a really nice volume profile. This is almost a textbook volume profile here today for the session in gold. And the point of control is right in the middle here. It's right by the VWAP, the 20 EMA, the 9 MA, the 8 simple moving average. Everything's all kind of right around that JAX 1 level, right? We'll just say right around that 4,100 level. And so it's been a tight day today, which is kind of unique because, and we'll go to a daily chart in a minute, but it's been a crazy, crazy wild ride in gold. As you guys know, it was following equity markets pretty closely. It's not doing that anymore. Today it has a mind of its own. It's not up railing a little bit like equities were doing earlier. It's just kind of stuck sideways right now. So there are some targets though. Should we get a breakout to the upside? Keep an eye on that put support level, that 0DT put support level at 4150. And of course, before we get there, we got to take out the London IB high and this kind of double top here. There's a double top, right? The first time we wicked up here was, last night, pretty late last night, I guess. And then the second time right after the London IB, and we had an equal and opposite candle, and that was a great signal for a short sell when you have that at the high of a move. So right now, we'll see. On the downside, well, again, odds are against us for a break, but if we do, we have that one-day min at 4067.3, and then below that I would be looking at the Asian low, which is the session low down here, and I'll give you the exact number there. That's 4046.2. But right now, let's just go over to a daily chart just to take a peek. Gold has been selling off just ferociously the last 4 or 5 sessions. We broke through the yearly open. We talked about that. We're sitting right on that March 3rd, 2026 swing low. See that little swing low? Boom. We hit it. We're sitting on it. We're not moving much. This is a baby candle right now with a kind of a baby body right now. The wick at the bottom is a little bit bigger, but nothing to write home about. Next step down, if we do fall out of bed here, I mean, it's not going to happen today most likely, but 3901 is that October 2025 swing low. So keep an eye on that with the gold futures market. And just really quickly here, let's just take a look at the Bitcoin. We got to talk about the Bitcoin, baby. So the Bitcoin, I anchored a VWAP here from when kind of the sell-off started, and we'll call it around the beginning of May 6th, actually. And then we had a really kind of rapid, again, sell-off similar to gold, but now we're kind of sideways here. So we do have some consolidation, and this old swing low, 6205, is held for 5 sessions now. So maybe there's a good low in here in the Bitcoin. I'm surprised we're not breaking down further here. This is a pretty naked chart. I don't have a lot of stuff on it right now. And we've actually been oversold for a long period of time. So it's kind of sticky sideways right now. We're at the bottom of that first standard deviation band as well of the VWAP. And we're following along nicely here, but it's starting to curve up. That could give us a clue. So I'm open-minded on the Bitcoin today. It's kind of resilient and holding its own. That is late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the great participation in the chat, and thank you for listening to us. We had a great show this morning. Looking forward to hitting it early this afternoon, 1:30. Shai's going to be on, and then Craig Shapiro with the macro trade with Samantha. So hopefully we'll see you then. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and see you soon.